عشان بجدي عشان بجدي عشان بجدي.
All right, welcome everybody to Gaming Tavern Week 2. We got, I believe, the Tomahawk Mishaps going up against Subway Pizza Rats. I'm joined by Zabel today. How you doing? Might be AFK. Rolling solo at the moment, but I don't believe we're in draft yet. I'm not sure, so just chilling. Let's see, if I don't have the roster in front of me, but if I remember off the top of my head, Tomahawk Mishaps, we got
Mike in the top lane. We got
that's
needs
the other
more
side.
Mothra. Oh shit. We got Genos in the top lane. We got A-Webs in the jungle. Nithros in the mid lane now. Crucially, switching over from the AD carry spot. Fell and Timberland then holding down the bot lane, AD carry and support respectively. And for the side of SPR, we have Mike in the top lane, Mothra in the jungle, Zal Dradis, the man himself in the mid lane, Halcyon, AD carry, and Major Cock Rocket on support. Crucially, will not be matching against his notable bot lane pairing from Endless Void over in the Valhalla League in Nithros, who is now transitioned in the mid lane. So don't get to see that rivalry down there in the bottom lane, sadly, but the Crockett versus Timberland support matchup is always a fun one.
Yeah, and we can see right off the jump of this draft, the Pizza Rats just triple banning Nithro, super scared, saying he's the only threat on this Tomahawk Mishaps team as they go for the Amumu first pick, thinking that Crockett's gonna want to play it, but they're gonna steal it away.
Crockett breathing a sigh of relief now on his side of the map for not having to play that Amumu. And I really enjoy the cynical drafting strategy from the side of the Mishaps. Or the Pizza Rats rather, banning away those Nithros champions, actually just saying, hey, he's your best player. We're not worried about anything else that you guys can pick. These champions we don't want to play against, pick the Amumu, pick whatever else you're going to pick. We have our draft strategy, and so far they have what looks to be a scaling draft.
Was it Mike in the top lane? Is he subbing again?
Yeah, Mike in the top lane over on the Subway
so
Pizza Rats.
That is a flex pick then with the Volibear. I know Mothra also enjoys it, and then the Smolder too. I believe Halcyon and Zaldradis both like that. So a lot of options left up for the Pizza Rats. Want to see what the Mishaps are going with, and they're gonna lock in a Seraphine Nami bot lane. So it opens up Nithros to play something crazy like a Zeri, Tristana
Yone?
mid lane perhaps. Just scale it out. Lots of income.
I'd like to see the
Yone.
Yone. I'd love to see the Yone with that. Just the ultimate layering that's possible. But I mean, really, just on the side of Subway Pizza Rats, just having that Nautilus, Smolder, and Volleyball already, anything that Nithros would kind of pick that wants to synergize with this does kind of feel bad to play into what the Subway Pizza Rats have faced up so far. Like, you're going to get outscaled by any AD carry you pick because of the Smolder. And if you do pick an AD carry, you're getting sprinted down by the Volibear and Nautilus. And on your side of the map, all you have for Peel so far is pretty much two squishy enchanters and a Mumu. So the Nami pick, not a huge fan of at all in this spot. I think oftentimes Seraphine, because she is an enchanter, will benefit from a support that can roam effectively, like a Leona, like a Thresh, a Blitzcrank, even a Pike, Nautilus obviously as well, Alistar. But taking the Nami and going for the double enchanter option, like you said, does seem to say they're going to double down and going for an AD carry mid. But I just am not a fan of the way that lane plays.
Yeah, and they are potentially going against a Smolder though, so could not be punished. The Pizza Rats are gonna have to make up their mind here to reveal whether the Volibear or the Smolder is gonna stay a flex. I don't believe you can keep both options open, but I'd imagine they'd want to go with the Smolder flex pick. Yep, and as you see it here, they want the option to counter the Nithros champion if they see an angle for it. They don't want to just give Nithros whatever matchup he wants. So it is going to be Volibear top, Diana jungle, Nithros is going to have to blind pick here, and we'll see what he decides to go with.
Now, is there still a world for the Diana mid and having
I
the Volibear jungle?
yeah, that is. I guess that could be an option. I haven't
They're keeping it open.
scouted Zaldratus. I don't know if he's
Oh man,
played that.
okay. So the Tomahawk mishaps are throwing the gauntlet down early here. We're not in fearless mode. We don't need to pick suboptimal champions and matchups, but we're throwing down the blind pick Tryndamere, and with the Seraphine Nami bot lane. Really, I gotta say I prefer the Subway Pizza Rats draft so far. I can't think of a fifth pick. Okay,
Oh, the Vayne
this is
mid.
the this is
Okay.
the most solo queue team comp I've ever seen in my life here from the solo queue mishaps. Subway substitute pizza rats are really going to have to pull one out of the. They really don't have to do that much here in order to have an effective team composition. I mean, maybe the Tomahawk mishaps are thinking because they banned Malphite and Ornn that their composition can't be punished. But I think there's so many choices here. There's still have the Cassante available. Nasus is a
Wow.
great
He
pick into
goes
this team. Just
Nasus mid.
it could be Nasus mid. It could be Nasus top. It could be. We'll have to see what they end up trading into. Um, but I just think Nasus is such a good pick here. You get W on Tryndamere or Vayne, and their team fight's pretty much over, unless we're paying the QSS tax or taking cleanse. But Wither has a much shorter cooldown than either of those items, so really enjoy what we're seeing from the Pizza Rats here. And yeah, I expect this to be either the Tomahawk mishaps can kind of try to run away with it early here and get a snowball happening on the Tryndamere or the Vayne, or they're going to have a very bad time.
Yeah, and as Chris Solis points out in the Twitch chat too, the Pizza Rats are pretty full melee here, aside from the Smolders, which is a Vayne's dream, but they did draft the point and click counter to Vayne to just make her want to die with the Wither not being able to move or attack. But, very intelligent aside from that drafting from the Pizza Rats, leaving the Smolder counter pick, or flex pick rather, open, and they see the Vayne. They opt what I'm assuming is the Nasus mid to just point and click counter her. Now, it might not be the easiest laning phase early, but he can still fight back a little with a few points into the E, and can just play it safe with his life steal and the D shield second win. So overall, I do like the Pizza Rats draft more, but the Tomahawk mishaps just saying we're just gonna try to weather the storm and pray for the Nithros carry with Gino supplying as much pressure as he can in the side lane on that Tryndamere.
Yeah, they're going to have to be saying some pretty good prayers here. I think the side lane carry is always an option, and the 1-3-1 is actually not bad at all. And I guess that could be Seraphine mid technically, but I just assume it's
Sure.
going to be Nithros on the Vayne. But yeah, the 1-3-1 is not bad when you have a double enchanter. If you have the Vayne Tryndamere kind of in the side lanes, double enchanter is a really good disengage. But the problem is there's just so many engage tools on the side of Subway Pizza Rats where they can just use one, burn all the disengage, and then use the rest. So gonna be tough for them to play this one out as it gets to the mid-late game. But if they get a big side lane lead like we saw like recently in a game for the Spellbinder Esports, the Tryndamere just kind of take over the game solo. It is possible, but we will have to see if it is possible here.
Yeah, a little harder for the 1-3-1 for the mishaps in my opinion. This game on the Vayne, there's just too much threat. I mean, as you said, with the engage options coming from the Diana, Nautilus, even the Volibear running at you, and Nasus just withering you for the setup. So he probably just wants to sit on his enchanters and just leave the split pushing to the Tryndamere. But obviously, it all depends how this game goes. If they just get rolled early and none of this is going to matter, but it's up to them. We'll see how they play it.
I'll just say if I was playing solo queue and I was on blue side, I would consider dodging. We'll have to see if they can actually pull this one out, as it will be the Diana jungle and the Volibear top. So it's looking like it will be that Nasus mid there, Kazuto, as you did call. And we'll see now the moment of truth for Nithros in this draft client. He did lock the Vayne in, so that will be the Vayne mid. We're currently looking at the draft client here, guys. So I'm updating you where the picks are going. Yeah, I'm interested to see. I really, I think that Nasus just completely destroys the Vayne. I don't you outpush in the early game when you get to like the level 6 point. Vayne can just never kill you because you wither and run away if you are in threat. Uh, yeah, I think this is a pretty free stacking Nasus game. I mean, there is like a point maybe in the early levels where it's a little scary to like try to get CS because she can just get the passive on you constantly and you get kind of chunked out. But I mean, if you have Doran Shield, Second Wind, and like Bone Plating, you're probably chilling.
Yeah, I mean it's give and take too. If he decides to play more aggressive and put points into the E to harass her out, he'll be pushing the lane and becomes more vulnerable to the easy Amumu gank. But you know, if he's just letting her push in and harass, it opens up the Diana to kind of just farm this Vayne with Wither on her. So you know, we'll see how the prio goes this game. I am assuming there will be a lot of mid ganks as bot lane looks like the most boring snooze fest I've ever seen with
Yeah,
Seraphine versus Smolder.
yeah, it
But
do be looking pretty boring.
you know, potential for the Volibear as well. Genos knew where this Volibear was going. He opted for the Tryndamere, but there is potential for this volley to get some early pressure and potentially even a solo kill in this matchup. So, you know, we'll see how confident Genos is on his counter pick that he opted for.
Yeah, and I probably we're gonna send it to a break here for a few minutes until it gets in the game, guys. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, guys, and we are back here on Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the Subway Pizza Rats versus Tomahawk Mishaps. Here on the blue side, the Tomahawk Mishaps looking to fan out. Same thing for the Subway Pizza Rats on the red side. No invade shenanigans coming through here level 1. We'll just have a 5-point. We'll see if any team gets early vision down. We see a ward there placed for the Tomahawk Mishaps in the tribe bush, and then also just standing right next to the ward. So not a very effective ward, but is a ward nonetheless.
Yeah, you really hate to see teams do this fan out. It's really just what teams do when they don't know what to do level 1. You don't have to invade looking for kills like Endless Void notoriously did every single game. You can at least group 2 or 3. You want to try to get some useful vision before the game starts. And we see from the Pizza Rats, more just scared defensive vision. They think the Amumu is going to come, just invade the blue buff. Not so kind of a waste for the mid laner's ward, not gonna lie, but if he thinks he's getting pushed in this matchup, then he won't necessarily need it, but just would like to see some more proactive warding in these games.
Yeah, and taking a look at the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps, they have one teleport to the 2 teleports on the side of the Pizza Rats. So Vayne and Tryndamere are both opting for the Ghost Summoner spell instead of the teleport, but then Seraphine taking that teleport on the bottom side. And we see here the Tryndamere level 1. Mike was unfamiliar with this game. You cannot engage with the Tryndamere level 1. He will fight you and win every single time because of his passive. When he stacks up that rage bar fully, he will just be critting you almost every auto attack. And then healing back all of his health once he gets to that level 2. So going to be a good for the Tryndamere up here in the top side early on, you have to think, versus the Volibear, and probably for most of the game. But that is one of the only matchups here where we expect it to feel pretty good for most of the game for the Tomahawk Mishaps, as some trades go on the bottom side.
Yep, and Fell should know all about this major cock rocket Nautilus, busting it out in the finals, landing hook after hook, and he picks it again here, and he's just back to business. Every time there's an opening, he just pulls him in. Doesn't get too much off of that last hook, but he will just keep looking for him, and they'll just keep letting him hit him. You see top lane, Genos hoping to get this crash here, have it bounce back to him so he can get a freeze on his side to really punish this Volibear as he goes up for the CS. His passive is going to auto push the lane.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a fucking hook land there on the bot side, but no. The top lane CS actually pretty even right now for how bad that early trade went for the Volibear. Gonna just be shielding himself up and getting some good damage back onto the Tryndamere, but one auto attack kind of evens out that trade, which is just wild, having that full rage stacked up. Does get the heal, but not actually that much. Volibear maybe has some threat here. See if he ends up going for anything. Does pop that shield down and have it, but doesn't end up flashing in.
Yeah,
does have that level advantage right now.
Opting to spin in for the trade after the Volibear already got the level up, so he was trading not only down a level, but into the enemy minions. Not going to be a huge deal on the Tryndamere. He is going to get a lot of sustain with that Q, but he does get chunked out. He is going for the reset, hoping that Volibear doesn't TP and crash this, because that would deny him a wave, but Volibear also opting to save his TP as... what we saw with the Nasus, I don't know how many points he has in his E, but he is out trading the Vayne at the moment. Is down 10 CS as a result from focusing more on the harass, but he is just fine in this lane so far.
Yep, Nasus down 10 CS against a Vayne in the lane. We're going to say that's just going even. You're going to be totally fine with that on the Nasus side, and you know that your spells will be stronger in the game going into the mid-late portions, and the stacks will come eventually, as Vayne just getting chunked so down, and Timberland falling pretty low there, doesn't burn the heal wisely while the Ignite's on him. We'll see if he burns it in a little while just to get some of that health back, but for now, chugging those potions as the Ignite burn for Major Crockett.
Yeah, this Vayne desperately wants to crash this, but because they have no idea where this Diana is, he is going to opt to just back with it in an unfavorable position. And remember, he doesn't have the TP, so if that wave stays frozen underneath the mid lane tower, he's going to be denied a lot here. He is backing for that Vamp Sep, so going to eat the Nasus poke a little easier now. But, not too much action in this game so far. Junglers just full clearing, are on their second clears already. We'll see if one of them is going to start up this dragon. I'd imagine the Pizza Rats want to go for it, as they do have the mid prio and they have had the bot prio as well. Diana should be stronger than the Amumu at this point, so I'd like to see them start that one up soon, but Fel is going for a ward on it, so they'll know what's happening.
Yeah, and Amumu currently hovering that mid lane on the Nasus. We'll see if they end up getting anything off. It's now Mike in the top lane getting super low. The Ghost pop by the Tryndamere is going to jump in on him. Should be able to flash against auto, and does. First blood and securing level 6 of that kill for Genos in the top side. And that will signal a dragon start for the side of the Subway Pizza Rats. They'll be starting this one up. I don't think the Tomahawk Mishaps will be in a position to contest this. Looks like they're just giving this one over. AWAM's just over on the Wolf Camp, either unaware or unbothered by this dragon start.
Yeah, I think they knew it was happening. AWAM's, for some reason, started walking down, thinking he can get there in time instead of going for his Gromp camp, but he just walks back to the top side after realizing, oh, hey, this drag is already going down. Maybe looking mid. We see him walking back and forth, not really sure, or not, sure what he's gonna do right now. Diana getting some vision in the red side, going for a reset. Not much he can do with bot lane full health under their turret constantly.
Yeah, I believe Diana was able to steal away one of those camps, and a great ward from Mike there to pressure onto AWAMs, and you see the pings going down. Knowing that the Volibear is there, knowing that the Vayne might potentially move, Mike wisely backs off. And vision all over AWAM's jungle right now. They're going to know where this Amumu is pretty much for the next couple minutes here, and we'll see if Mothra on this Diana can take advantage of that. Should be close to that level 6 point, probably about half a bar or sooner, until he hits that level 6. And I'd like to see him go top lane, honestly, with no summoner spells in the Tryndamere. I don't think many of the other lanes are very gankable. It's Genos just beating on this bear, and honestly taking a lot of damage back from those minions in the trade, so gonna not be very healthy himself despite that Q heal. We have Diana on the way up.
Hey, he has no vision.
Not spotted either.
He
Spins
spin,
in
no
as well
flash.
without known enemy jungle is. So probably going to get punished for this here. He's going to at least have to burn that ultimate. Burns it pretty early, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was almost going to miss that ultimate for Mothra, but ends up having to burn the flash anyway. A little sloppy there on the kill secure for Mothra, but does end up taking him down. Tryndamere can be a wily champion to kill, and getting that kill is going to feel pretty good for the jungler on the side of the Pizza Rats.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Genos should have 100% lived there. Like, he popped the ult while he had way too much HP.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, we see a fight popping off here around the grubs. Mike, speaking of HP, Mike has none left on the Volibear, just dies almost immediately. Vayne gonna take out that Volibear, and Amumu gonna kill his counterpart on the other side in the jungle. Mothra falling as well. And that's 3 early kills for the side of Tomahawk. Gonna feel pretty good for them, because that's something that they really needed to have go right, was this early game with this composition that it just is so fraught and fragile towards that mid-late game with how they've chosen to draft for themselves. If they can get this Amumu tanky, maybe having a solo frontliner won't matter that much if he can get ahead of the curve here, but Nithros getting a kill on the Vayne is always going to feel good.
Yeah, really good that it goes to the Vayne, like you said. Little bit of a greedy contest on these grubs for the Pizza Rats. They just used the Diana ult to secure the kill on the Tryndamere. They thought they were going to have a chance with Nautilus coming up, but they went in too early. Good job from the Mishaps to be able to turn on the 2 top lane before Nautilus could join, and from there they just couldn't contest, and they pick up 3 grubs for themselves, getting closer to securing the feats. I believe they already have the feats of warfare, and then they have 1 objective now, so tied on the objectives.
Yeah, tied on the objectives, and just stacking away here in the bot lane for the Smolder. Hook gonna land, pops that bone plated on Timberland, still has the flash available, so should not be in too much danger. Actually ends up falling, doesn't flash out, or maybe not able to flash out of that mom ult from the Smolder. Gonna get taken out. Nami turned to Sashimi there in the bot lane, and this kill goes to where you want it on the Smolder.
Yeah, when Crockett is on a hook champion like this, these teams need to just adapt and either ward the bush or just stop walking up to it, because we see time and time again they're just walking blind by this bush and giving him free hook after free hook. We see Timmy falls without even burning the flash summoner spell. Not gonna be too bad for the Seraphine, still being able to land, or not land, excuse me, get the CS under the tower, but you know, a kill onto the Smolder, definitely not what you want to see on the mishaps.
Ooh, gank comes in the mid lane here. Yeah, Zeldratus here in some danger. Does get hit by the first bandage toss. Should just be able to follow up with the ultimate. Does pop his own ultimate. Second bandage toss going to hit, and you have to think he's just going to fall here. The flash comes through, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Vayne should be able to clean this one up. Amumu actually ends up taking it with a tick from the W, and now Nautilus here as well. A Knight's Condemned to get Mothra away, but I don't think that saves his jungler. AWAM's probably going to end up falling here, and does. Mothra picking up the kill. 2-1 on this Diana jungle. And that's exactly the kind of lead you're going to want on the Diana jungle. Maybe not a lead because Amumu also has 2 kills, but the kills on Diana you have to think are so much more valuable.
And if they might look for a dive, Tryndamere's low too. If
They're low.
is pushed in fast enough.
I think Mothra should have tried to cancel recalls with his Q there. Just take a tower shot, tank it with your W shield, and cancel those recalls. You can definitely dive that, but Volibear ultimate available as well. So yeah, I think a missed opportunity there from the side of the Pizza Rats.
We see the power that this early kill is giving to Smolder already. When they're left 1v1, the Seraphine just cannot do anything to match him. You know, she can stay by her tower and try to clear the minions, but if she walks close enough, she's just going to take way too much harass, as the Smolder is just free stacking right now.
Yeah, we are stacking. We are absolutely stacking on the side of the Pizza Rats. You got the Nasus farming the stacks here in the mid lane, and the Smolder farming the stacks in the bottom lane. Not sure what the stacks are on the Nasus at the moment. I shouldn't have left the game client there. It looks like Nasus sitting on 171 stacks. So not too bad for this portion of the game, honestly. Doing pretty well for himself considering the matchup. Ooh, AWAM's jumping in on a Halcyon there. Hits the bandage toss, but doesn't quite have the ultimate available, so going to take a lot of damage back in return, and maybe in a little bit of danger here. No flash and just stuck in the pit. Diana posturing. Amumu ultimate still not available. Nami ultimate going to come through and just go completely wide, so AWAM's in a lot of danger right now. Hits the bandage toss trying to escape, but Nautilus is in there. Zeldratus just plus 12 right onto Timmy's forehead, and now Nithro's trying to find a moment, but gets withered. Has to try to walk this one out. You still have Halcyon here trying to collect these kills, cleaning up on the backside. That's a quadra kill for the Nasus. DK'd, slapping him down in the dragon pit.
Wow, it was really close. We saw the Diana and the Nautilus falling early to all the AoE that the Seraphine was able to put down, but unfortunately Nithro's just tumbling into melee range of the Nasus, losing a lot of his HP, and then just having to play on the back foot for the rest of the fight. I feel like if he played it a little slower, he could have chased them down more safely and secured it for him, but you know, a little bit of a misplay, and a big quadra going over to Zeldratus as he gets a couple plates after too. He's gonna be feeling really good in this game now.
Yeah, and that's just a disaster for the Tomahawk mishaps. You know, a mishap you might say, as they throw the early game lead they had accrued for themselves in this dragon fight. Just over a second dragon for enemy, or first dragon for them. I don't think you really have to force that, as we see Mothra now. Nice jump over the bubble from Timberland, and no flash on the Nami, but gonna be able to walk it out there with the Seraphine. But yeah, crucially throwing away that fight. Now the Nasus, who you kind of put behind in the early game and who's expecting to scale, now he's gonna be pretty much scaling on pace with the Vayne, if not faster, having those 4 kills. Going a bit of an AP variant, Sir HC Easy in the chat. But you know, you like to see it. That E is gonna start shredding.
Yeah, a little odd of a choice to get the Faded Ashes after completing that item. I would like to just see him build more, you know, armor and HP for this Vayne. Maybe a Hull Breaker, a Sterix Gauge, but
Frozen Heart even, yeah.
He seems to think his comp is lacking in damage. He needs to make up for it, but I'm not sure about
that. Another hook from Crockett, max range in the bot lane there. A nice ultimate from Fel, but it's just not enough. Dies with the flash up again. AWAM's here on the bot side to take one back, killing the Halcyon Smolder, and another hook from Crockett, securing the kill into Timberland. Just this man on the Nautilus is unstoppable. The shield
and
as
the
well from
locket to
Mothra.
save Diana.
Oh my god, Crockett just absolutely smurfing here in the Nautilus, making everything happen in the bot lane there. 2 hooks in a row and then a locket shield to save the Diana.
Crockett looking like he's a little upset. No one was mentioning him in the MVP discussions when his team won last week, talking about, you know, the Zaldratus Halcyon pop-offs and the Mike Mundo, but he's definitely making a case for himself now, just landing every single hook and the crucial locket to save Diana from that tower shot.
Yeah, he says put some respect on his name. You pick that Amumu away from me, I'll show you what I can do with the champions I actually want to play. And looking crispy on this Nautilus is, yeah, I mean, it looked like a pretty close early game, if not an early game lead for the side of the mishaps, but then it just took those mishaps around the dragon and they're in the bottom lane to put them in a 2K hole now, and that's not where you want to be, facing down a team that outscales you.
Yeah, their only hope is scaling with this Vayne, but on the other side, the Pizza Rats have the Smolder to match it, but then aside from that, they have the Nasus Volibear side laners too. The mishaps do have the Tryndamere, but I think they can only match one of them, and then the other lane is just going to be free to be pushed by the Pizza Rats.
Yeah, and if you just match the Tryndamere with the Nasus, it's like Tryndamere is completely neutralized at that point. It's Tryndamere basically has to try to match this Volibear, and even then, you know, Mike only has 2 deaths, still pretty even in CS, is still trading relatively well in this lane, so completely fine for him on this Volibear at this moment. Has that Bramble Vest and the Roa, so he's feeling pretty good about his itemization, you'd have to think, as the ultimate comes down from Fel to hit onto Halcyon, but Halcyon's just going to decide to fight him. It doesn't have enough damage, and actually didn't pop the barrier. Maybe actually wins that one if he does pop that barrier, but opts to not use it, wants to buy maximum time for his team to take that dragon, so we'll say that, Copium. But they get the Mountain as well, so the team that had the tanky champions now has the opportunity to get onto Mountain Soul with the next dragon take.
Definitely a nice small little win for the mishaps, picking out the Smolder, but at the same time losing the dragon but trading for the Herald. They're trying to force on the top lane. Nasus is TPing up though. Jhin is forced to pop his ulti.
Yeah, and the Tryndamere ultimate pop, but it's gonna run out. Nasus just gets to stack these, and he does, actually just kills him with the ultimate passive radius. And Tryndamere just absolutely just not worth there, just taking those tower shots, having to use the ultimate so early. This Nasus is the strongest champion on the map, and I think is almost too much to handle at this point for the side of the mishaps. I don't really understand how they deal with this Nasus.
Yeah, and we're seeing a little bit of flashback what happened to them game 1 last week is where
the route into the hook after the flash away from Fel. Crockett just styling on him a little bit. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was you know, competitive at first, but like as soon as they just start losing a little, they just keep piling up these mistakes and just letting the game get way out of hand, even though they're playing these scaling comps, and you'd think they'd want to play slower and turtle, but you know, Crockett lands another one.
Another major hook rocket. Just actually just doing it to him here. It's yeah, this man's Nautilus is something to be feared. Also an enjoyer of the pike and
He's
other
got
hook champions.
10 out of 12 kill participation right now. He's just been moving all around the map and not missing anything.
Yeah, and now we see Volibear has a level lead and a CS lead on the Tryndamere in the top lane and still hasn't procced that Roa, so pretty massive for Mike in the top side to have a level lead already without even having procced the Roa, so the Volibear are going to be pretty ahead of the curve on the Tryndamere, and I actually think that the Tryndamere, you know, though he is going to want to prefer to match the Volibear over the Nasus, I don't think the Volibear is a super easy match for him at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
especially going that Stridebreaker start.
This is the matchup that he opted for, and the fact that he is falling behind like this already does not bode well for their comp. They need some sort of side lane pressure to pull members away from this Vayne and let her scale and pop off in fights, but if he's just losing 1v1, then I imagine the mishaps are just going to get rolled in the 4v4 on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you'd have to think. It's yeah, pretty slow here at this portion of the game. Not a lot going on. Kind of a Bit of a slow state in this game as we see Nitros trying to trade some damage there onto Zaldratus. Will be summarily withered and have to get some heals from his Nami. But you see Crockett and Mothra kind of posturing here. They want to try to deny any extra value from this Herald, but it will take the tower with that one charge. As Dragon's still about 2 minutes away, so both teams don't have to posture around this Dragon Pit, but they might decide to fight here anyway.
Yeah, the next objective should decide who gets the special boots as well. I believe the Pizza Rats picked up the first tower. They're should be tied at 2 objectives with the Herald and the Grubs versus the 2 Drags. So next objective.
It was just. I thought he was just starting this Otacon. I'm like, surely we're not this desperate in the game right now to have to start this, but they are just deciding to start this Otacon. They're fully on vision. Gonna try to flip the entire game here. They think that maybe in this corridor they have the advantage with the Seraphine and Nami to trust. We have our ultimates, but they're gonna go down, and they do end up taking the Otacon, but at what cost? A Mumu ultimate can appeal a lot of the team, but a nice Nami bubble as well. And we'll just trade 1 for 1 on the junglers and get out. So they actually get away with this, and a nice root on the back end too. Tomahawk mishaps. Pulling a rabbit out of the hat there to steal that Otacon and get something back for in the game for themselves, and I don't think it'll be enough, but it's a nice bonus for them.
Yeah, that's a massive heist, and it's a crime that they just got away with that. Volibear too, opting to TP in, leaving Tryndamere by himself. He's gonna be on the tier 2.
Oh, surely not. Surely not. He just turns it around on 10% HP, and he just slapping him. Nitros Condemn doesn't stun, so Nasus gets to keep hitting him and walking after him with the passive running. Oh, he heals up from the fleet footwork, and now he's going to keep running after him. Flash going to be burned from Timberland on that Nami, as Halcyon had flashed after him as well. But now the bot tower soon to fall, you'd have to think. And Soul Point going to be secured here after this tower by the side. Oh, see a Mumu. Okay, he's not Obgnopt going in. But yeah, you know, Subway Pizza Rats doing a great job to turn. I mean, Zaldratus, honestly, doing a great job to turn it around there. Getting caught out by, you know, Fel thought he found him with the Seraphine. He hits his spells on him, and Nasus just presses R and says no.
Yeah, and then a lot of these fights with the Vayne, we're just seeing, I mean, exactly what we called out in Champ Select. He's just point and click Wither, and this Vayne is just so useful. She can't kite, she can't auto at all. I'd really like to see Timmy go for something like a Mikhail's to at least cleanse one of those in the fight to give the Vayne some auto uptime, but not sure what he's working towards.
Does the idol build into Mikhail's?
It should. I think they all give heal and shield power, so I don't really know about enchanter item build paths.
I don't either. We'll have to see if he goes for that Mikhail's. I really do think Mikhail's would be the ticket there. Get that Wither, or even, you know, stuns or roots off of your Vayne.
It's just crawling.
It's his TFT. Playing TFT at the top line, just standing still and auto attacking. 2 lock screen fucking kings fighting at the top side. And Mumu flashes him with the ultimate and doesn't connect on it. Oh, it's a tragedy in the top side. Oh man!
He really wanted to make sure he got those 2 caster minions. He was ready to flash for him.
Oh, I didn't lay down.
I didn't lay down. The tower with that one. Volibear is gonna back off, so top tower surviving with a sliver of HP, but all in all, Mike going crazy on this Volibear. Level 16.
Oh man. Yeah, the Navori Flicker Blades as well, so figures, yeah, I could stand an auto attack tournament here, just go toe to toe with him. He'll be doing damage to himself auto attacking me because he has these the Bramble Vest, and looks like he might be going for that Unending Despair as well for the 3rd item, sitting on the Bramble Vest, which I really like, not finishing that Thornmail. I think that's a smart adaptation there from the top laner for the side of Subway Pizza Rats. But Nasus and Diana here on the bot side may be looking. Nasus revealed and just walks into the bush, so now Diana's also revealed. So there's not really any play they can make happen there now.
And I'm sure with all the free time that he's had, we haven't seen him much. I'm sure the Smolder is close to having his 225 stacks. So we get a check right here.
Yeah,
oh, he's exactly at 225. Okay.
Yeah, Lisan Gaib just could sense right when he got the stacks. He sensed it. It's now Nasus coming down here to the bot side, going to be hovered by Mothra on this Diana. I believe that he was spotted, but I'm actually not sure. As Fel now Gonna pop that ultimate to try to buy himself some space, but I don't think he actually does get out on a Mumu actually with a nice 3-man ultimate, but his team just not able to follow up, and Diana with a massive ultimate towards the backside there, but the tower doing a lot of damage to the team. Seraphine gonna pick up a triple kill with an assist from the turret and Haramumu. As Timberland now here, see if he can run down Zeldratus. I think Zeldratus just senses that he can really 1v9 here with this Nasus. I don't think he's super worried. Buy time for his top laner to continue splitting, and Trinity will try to make his way back up there to match.
Yeah, that tier 2 tower really putting in work that fight, but also, you know, the Pizza Rats are so scared of the Nitros pop-up, they're just opting into so much armor that Fel is just shredding all of them. When he lands big, empowered Q AoEs, he's really taking a lot of HP, as Timmy is going to get caught out trying to get some vision for the Baron.
Yeah, the solo vision journey on the support is always going to be punished at this stage of the game, and unfortunately our boy Timberland will fall to that same old trick. As yeah, I would have also liked to see Zeldratus, you know, with this massive lead. If he had one NMR item, imagine he had like a Visage here, Force of Nature or something, like he'd be pretty much unkillable. I think a Visage would be probably the best bet to stack up on that extra healing you get with your passive, but doesn't opt to go for it. Instead, wants to make sure that he never dies to the Vayne, finishes that Thorn Mail, and now buys that magic resist. You see the null magic mantle in his inventory, even sold the Doran shield to pick up that ruby crystal. So going to be working towards some MR now. Will be tanky eventually, but for now going to be taking true damage from Mumu and Seraphine.
And we'll see. They're just going to go right back to 1-3-1-ing. It's exactly what their comp wants to do. The Mishaps can't match the volley or the Nasus, so honestly they just need Smolder to sit there constantly AoE farming with his Q in the mid lane. They can't really outpush him either, so you know they're gonna have to try to make something happen, either see if they can find an Amumu force angle in the mid lane, maybe start the Baron to force the Nasus to TP, but if they just let the lanes stay like this 1-3-1, they're just gonna bleed out the game here.
Yeah, will be a slow bleed out, sitting on about a 4K lead now for SPR. Gonna be feeling pretty good about that. The Mishaps probably gonna want to try to force a fight here on this dragon in about 20 seconds. Will be the soul for Subway Pizza Rats if they're able to actually take this. So you'd have to think that Tomahawk Mishaps are gonna want to actually fight over this. As nice little cheeky steal away of the chickens there by Mothra.
Yeah, the
Despite
Mishap
Fel's best effort.
Opting to ensure that they get this soul here. They don't even want to play around with the side lanes and TPs. They're just trying to brute force have everyone here together.
Yeah, they really want to kill the Trinity. Will burn the Diana ultimate as well. Gonna get onto him, and he should just end up falling. The ultimate should guarantee he lives for a little longer. Has the ghost and the flash though, but just not gonna be enough to get out. And Crockett takes it with the hook, but they lose the soul. Don't get that soul that they could have gotten, and there's a disengage, but Nautilus going forward doesn't quite get the hook. A nice root will stop him in his tracks after he flashed. You have to think if the Nautilus is able to get in range there, he just CCs the entire team, but able to get out. But I suspect that Subway Pizza Rats could just look for the Baron here, or at least set up and do a vision bait play.
Yeah, they decided to force onto the Tryndamere, the one champ that can buy lots of time, and the Mishaps definitely made the right call to trade for the Dragon and sneak it while he's buying time, but now they are down a member. The Pizza Rats can start up this Baron. We'll see if the Mishaps even know that it's happening. Timmy,
yeah, they did clear a ward, so they saw them clear the ward, so they do know they're doing it, but I just don't think they get there in time. Will end up taking that one away. And AWAM's going in after the fact. You know, you hate to see it when the team has already taken the Baron and Jungler goes in to watch them
They're all dead now.
Recall with the Baron, but I think Fel and Nithros should be able to make it out here. Oh, Mike actually flashing in on the Nithros, who doesn't have any summoner spells left. The hook not going to go for Crockett, but Nithros trying to 1v9 here, but just not able to do it. Rooted up will be Timberland as well, having to flash out and just barely out of that Smolder Ball, but it doesn't matter because Mike will get the kill as well. Gino's here just to die. A double kill for the Smolder. A nice ultimate from Fel onto 4 members, but at what? Doing what? It did nothing. He was already the last one on his team alive. And yeah, I mean, you hate when enemy team takes Baron and, you know, your jungler is just going to walk up and just walk into the Baron pit to die afterwards. It's like, well, you need a side with your Baron, so I might as well go over and give you a kill as well. But yeah, just a crucial mistake there from the side of Tomahawk Mishaps and give up a lot more than just the Baron.
Yeah, they are able to prevent the soul, but they lose so much off of pretty much the whole team wiped as well as the Baron, and now it's just way too easy for the Pizza Rats to 1-3-1, like we mentioned earlier. Like with this Baron, there's not enough wave clear on the side of the Mishaps. They got the Seraphine, but she can only be in one place. Everyone else is just single target. We'll see
Yep, single
how
target or tournament spin.
decide to play this, if they do the greedy 1-3-1, which is harder to do, or if they just decide to play it safe with playing for 2 lanes with the 1-4. They are wasting some time clearing their jungle camps right now instead of pressuring.
No, it's based.
Baron
It's
up.
never a waste. You got to kill those jungle camps. They're not going to kill themselves. If they're up, you know, they're going down. So yeah, I mean, I would like to see the Diana maybe flanking around, looking for some plays right now, popping out of the jungle to help his team on this Baron push. But you know, sometimes when you get a jungler on a farming path, they just think that at every point of the game they're supposed to just keep clearing their camps. But there are some times where you want to just be grouping. Your camps not going anywhere. But yeah, just gonna be shoving this lane out here mid, getting stacks, more stacks in the Smolder. Already at the 225, like we had mentioned, and continuing to stack on the Nasus as well. Who, if we could get a stack check in for the Nasus, see what he's sitting on. I'm gonna guess 443 stacks. 579. Okay, so he is cruising. He's I want to see what this Q is gonna look like next time he hits one. I'm gonna be paying attention to that. As the tower should be falling here shortly mid lane.
As they finally have these waves crashing in all at the same time, perfectly synced. I mean, once again, the Mishaps are gonna have to choose to try to force onto somebody, because if they just let this happen, there's nothing they can do, and they're just gonna lose. They have to try to look for an angle. They don't really outscale at this position either. They have the Vayne, sure, but the Nash just shuts that down, and it can't compare to the Smolder, so...
Yeah, we do see a Mikhail's on Timberland there to try to get that, cleanse that wither off of the Vayne if it comes down to it, but AWAM's here with no flash available. We'll see if he gets ran down as Mike trying to 1v1 Nithros, and I don't think he can really take this. He's a high HP target, and Vayne likes these, so gonna just get taken out. A little too greedy there for Mike in the top side as Nithros picks up that kill. The rest of his team now, Baron buff has ran out. I don't think they can push anymore with the Volibear having fallen, so yeah, a little overextension there for Mike, but Dragon coming up here in 30 seconds, and it will be a 4v5, so maybe the Pizza Rats have to give this one up as well. Where they're going to go down, and Hook just barely going to miss, but they're just going to run in anyway. A nice charm from the Seraphine will lock up many of them, and Amumu as well in the middle of all of them. Tryndamere whacking away on the backside, just hitting Halcyon in the back on the Smolder.
Wow.
And a one team fight from the side of Tomahawk Mishaps. Volibear dying early on spelled the end of that contest, but they decided to stick around. They ate all of the AoE from the side of the Mishaps, and now they can push it up mid and take the Dragon.
A huge fight for the Mishaps. They were able to pick the Volibear off before this Dragon, giving them the numbers advantage, and even face-checking the bush. The initial hook missed, and the Nasus opting to wither the Nami, so Vayne actually had some time to auto and deal some damage, with Tryndamere flanking from behind and just free-hitting the Smolder the whole time. Just really well-played fight from the Mishaps, punishing just that one little mistake to overstep by Mike in the top lane. And they prevent the soul once again and buy themselves 5 more minutes.
Yeah, and they had a 10k gold lead before for the side of Subway Pizza Rats. It's down now to about a 3k gold lead. And at this point of the game, the gold is even less relevant. So the QSS now available for Vayne. So even if he does get withered, he just cleanses that away from himself. And if that's down, we have the Mikhails for the Namis. So Vayne should be able to actually have some room in these fights here coming up. And you have to think that if you're the Subway Pizza Rats, you're getting a little nervous here. You have these scaling damage carries on the side of Tomahawk with the Tryndamere, with the Vayne. You have the AoE Wombo combo that you keep opting into fights in these corridors. They're going to have to be a lot more selective about their fights. I don't want to see them picking corridor fights anymore against these champs.
Yeah, and as more time passes in this game, the more that Blackfire and the Nasus story is just going to look like such a waste of money. You know, if he... now that he's not snowballing and people are catching up in levels, he just has a useless item in his inventory.
Yep. Yeah, I want to see him sell this for something better, like the Leandries, or just like a tankier item. Like, you have the stacks, you don't need the AP, it does nothing for you at this point.
Oh.
As another 1v1 in the bot lane, Mike just takes these all day now. He takes these all day against the Tryndamere, burns the ultimate as well, has to just run away, and the Volibear just giving so much pressure, you know, despite his mistake earlier, Mike just making up for it with this massive amount of pressure he can put down on the bot side. Answered by the Seraphine, but I think he can just keep hitting.
The Baron spawning. I'd like to see the Pizza Rats just turn for this Baron while they're trying to stop the Volibear, but they're just pushing mid instead, and Mike is going to drop again. Definitely a mistake by the Pizza Rats to not capitalize on the pressure that the Volibear was putting down. They had the lanes pushed. They had multiple members going to stop this Volibear, and they weren't even thinking about the Baron. Now it gives the Mishaps, once again, an opportunity to fight with numbers advantage on the map. The Tryndamere, though, is going to be split pushing with no TP, so it is a 4v4. Nasus is looking for a flank.
Oh, Vayne looking to try to go in. Does get a good amount of damage there on to Halcyon, who still has both summoners available. All summoners available on the Vayne as well. So in this next fight, going to be looking at those summoner spells for the AD carries on either side. Is vision control going to be attempted here for the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps? And we have Nasus on a bit of a flank here. We'll see. Maybe who's chasing who at this point. Does get the ultimate down and has to flash, but flashes immediately into the root. So gonna just be taken out here. AWAM's picking up the kill, and then the root on the backside on a Halcyon. Yeah, the tidal wave goes through, and now AWAM's going back in as well, getting the ultimate down to the two members. Just such a massive engage from the Mumu, a nice engage from the Nautilus on the other side, though, and you still have Halcyon hitting. He's still hitting, but Vayne, Nithros is untouched.
Wow.
Nithros on the backside gets the triple kill. Tryndamere gets the inhibitor on the top side, and that'll just be the Baron. For the Tomahawk Mishaps, Mike trying his best, but Fell also TPs in to support his top laner. And that's a wand miracle fight for the side of the Mishaps. Mishaps no more. They'll take him out.
Yeah, you can see Fell getting a little too hyped up here, TPing in the base for the end. There,
yeah,
but
I want to hear the comms.
Insane fight from the Tomahawk Mishaps. I mean, we see once that Nasus was picked off and off the table, the Vayne was just free to do whatever he wants. He doesn't even have to burn the flash, just bobbing and weaving through the fight untouched, just killing everybody. And that's exactly what this Tomahawk Mishaps team was drafted for, both in the season and this particular game, was just to play around the Nithros carry, and he's definitely performing here, almost full build.
Yeah, absolutely massive fight from Nithros, just completely untouched in that fight, full health by the end of it as well, even with a shield on him. And now double Mountain Drakes, you know, looking to make it triple Mountain Drakes with the next one coming up in a minute. And you have to think, if there's a triple Mountain Drake on the side of Tomahawk Mishaps with this full tank of Amumu, it's going to get increasingly hard for them to kill the Amumu, because in order to kill the Amumu, you have to burn all of your damage pretty much with the Smolder just into auto-attacking this Amumu. But while you're doing that, the Vayne's going to be shredding the other champions on your team pretty much as well, and there's just more damage from the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps, right, with the Seraphine coming through as well. So it's honestly really hard to play right now for the Subway Pizza Rats with how they've let this game state evolve, or devolve for them rather.
Yeah. If they do opt to fight 5v5, I do still favor the Pizza Rats comp, but Tryndamere is just going top lane, even though the dragon is spawning right now. We'll see if he's going to be able to take a lot of the base. The Pizza Rats are going to have to start the drag now if they want to punish this Tryndamere. See if they can stop the volley back.
Yeah, they should just be starting this Drake. They could already be pretty much done with it. And also, Drada's going to be caught again, charmed up and pretty much taken out here, fully chunked before he can even do anything. Amumu with a great ultimate on the backside. Halcyon pretty much fully taken out. Nithros, untouched again, flashes in to clean up the last kill on the Diana. And the Tryndamere pushing the top lane, just 1v1ing Mike now. He wants revenge for all those kills in the lane. He wants revenge for how the early game went. And he'll take him out, taking the Nexus Towers with him as the rest of the team following up into the base with a massive come from behind victory. Tomahawk Mishaps take the game in a 40-minute banner, and they'll kill the Nexus.
Wow, just demonstrating their mental fortitude with how bleak the game is looking. Just able to punish just slight oversteps from the Pizza Rats so well, and just rolling over these last few fights. What a great comeback from the Tomahawk Mishaps.
Absolutely massive. You love to see it from them. They take control of the game. They don't give up despite how brutal that early game looked, with how massive the Nasus quadra kill even in the early portion of that game. And Cat Hands better clear those notifications. Those 37 notifications are going to tilt me off the face of the earth. I'm just kidding. But yeah, absolutely disgusting performance from the Tomahawk mishaps, redeeming themselves in the, the notification clear. Let's go. All right, just clear the notification. That's cast the notification clear. He's scrolling through, but yeah, no, really, really, well played. Okay, good. Well played by the boys. You love to see it. All right, so it looks like we're going to send it to a break here before the next game. Again, GG's to the Tomahawk mishaps, and looking forward to game 2. We'll see what the Subway Pizza Rats can do to come back. All right. So we are back. Let me go ahead and pause the LCS here. FlyC9 banner. But we have our own banner. Subway Pizza Rats here against the Tomahawk Mishaps, and game one did not disappoint, Kazuto.
Oh, definitely. It went the distance, 40 minutes, absolute banger, just throws back and forth. Just what we love to see in our league here for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, really expected the Subway Pizza Rats draft to take that one over the line. And, for most of the game, looked like it would. But Tomahawk Mishaps, some clutch plays, never giving up, believing in themselves, moisturized, thriving in their lane. Nithros at the end of every fight, just pretty much untouched towards the end of the game there, dealing massive damage on that vein. You'd love to see it from the Giga carry on the Tomahawk Mishaps. We'll see if they switch the roles up at all. I believe that they had a substitute in for that last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Timmy was subbing in for Redacted. Looks like Redacted is back, so we'll see how they swap the roles around, because I do know Redacted has said he doesn't want to play support, so he can't just slot into where Timmy was playing, so they'll have to swap people around a little. But I'd like to see the Pizza Rats, if they're just so, opting into, death balling and not playing the side lanes, even though they have the better side lane comp. You'd just like to see them draft more towards that. I know Zaldratus likes to play the control stages. I don't know if the Azir was up, but we'll have to see if any adaptations from either side come through. It looks like the same band so far.
You're looking like the same bands. Victor going to be banned away as well. And 1 second, Kazuto, I got to grab a glass of water. So talk us through the draft here.
Yeah, no problem. They do opt to drop the Twisted Fate ban that was on the Nithros for AWAM's Amumu. Definitely thinking that they were getting caught too much by those bandage tosses. And the Azir that I mentioned right there, first picked. Pretty confident pick from Zaldratus, just blind picking it, not thinking that Nithros has something that can punish it here. Other than that, same bans come from the Tomahawk Mishaps as well. I'd imagine they'd want to pick mid lane here. The Azir is showing, unless Nithros would like to know more about the draft. The Jinx comes through, who I'm assuming is redacted. I don't have the information on where they're playing, so I'm just guessing right now. Maybe the trusty Jinx Braum comes through, but Braum this early might be not ideal. So they do go for the support. Jinx Milio getting picked up. Just gonna play around this Jinx here. Try to outrange this Azir in fights. As we see in the Twitch chat, Bsin, I believe, is joining who was it? Evbot in the Jinx hate club. Everyone not liking this Jinx pick. But Halcyon answers with the Zeri. We'll see if they want the support here too. Maybe the Nautilus again from Crockett. It looked really good, even though they ended up losing the game. He just creates so much for the Subway Pizza Rats on that pick. They are in need of some engage at the moment. They have their two carries already. And wow, they're deciding to take a book out of the Mishaps, take a page rather out of the Mishaps book, and take the Seraphine likely in the support role. And there's that Twisted Fate that was not banned this game, that was in game one. Map and make plays as both top laners and both junglers have not picked yet, so we'll see those pools get pinched a little here. Last game, Mishaps banning Malphite and we'll see if they do that again. I am interested to see what AWAMS plays. They banned the. Oh, I don't know if that Trundle is for him in the jungle or if it's a Genos pocket pick, perhaps. They are gonna drop the Ornn ban for volley. Genos saying, it was a little too much for him to deal with that game. They should pick jungle here to give Genos the counter pick later in the draft. Sejuani locked in for AWAMS, and a nice little bit here is the traditional Trundle counter to Sejuani was banned from the other side, so they're not going to be able to just do that. But, Mothra probably just going to lock in some random tank. The Vi has been banned. The Mumu that he likes too, maybe Warwick, but I feel like they need more frontline. Going for the Xin Zhao. Can frontline a little with the space that his ultimate provides, but still in desperate need of some force engage and a front line on the side of Pizza Rats.
Let's bring out the Scion.
And it's
Let us
Shen.
see the
So
Scion.
really they have no way to get these
Oh,
fights started, but they have a really good comp at just kiting back. But if they find themselves behind at any point in this game, they're not going to be able to try to force and punish mistakes like the mishaps were last game with their Amumu picks.
yeah, and I mean, last game, maybe they are thinking like that Seraphine, that looked pretty good. We'll take that away. But yeah, they did have a hard time kind of starting fights last game outside of Crockett hitting good hooks. But when that wasn't available, they really got a lot of the fights turned around on them pretty quick. So I like the amount of buttons they have on their team right now with the Zero Ultimate. They have the Zeri that can kite around, and there's not a lot of good lockdown for the Zeri from the side of Tomahawk Mishaps aside from the stun card. So I think the team fight buttons are a little stronger for the Subway Pizza Rats with the ultimates on Azir, Seraphine. Xin Zhao and Shen are going to be tanky in the game against that team comp. So uh, honestly, I like the draft a lot from Subway Pizza Rats, but I like the draft a lot last game too, and they threw that one away and lost. So we'll have to see if the Tomahawk Mishaps can make another miracle happen. Really like the Jinx Milio in the bot side with that extra range for the rocket form. Um, and you get the patented Nithros Twisted Fate.
Yeah, I do like the draft on the side of mishaps. They have the, famous Nithros Twisted Fate that has apparently been haunting the nightmares of those participating in the in-houses. I have yet to see it, so it'll be a treat for me here. But they got the Sejuani front line. They have AWAMS on another just tanky champ that he can, stand there and CC people with. And Genos in a favorable matchup should be able to just bully the Shen in the side lane. And that was one of the things that helped them win last game was when he finally had some time in the side lane where he wasn't just losing to this Volibear. They were able to capitalize on that pressure. It is going to be interesting, though, Nithros switching away from the carry. So they're putting their eggs in the redacted basket. But we'll see if Nithros can pull off a lot of these roams and just, land the infuriating gold card that is Twisted Fate.
Yes, we will have to see. And see we will after a short break, and we'll be right in the game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for game number 2 after an absolute barn burner for game number 1. Back and forth and unexpected outcomes. But here again on the Rift for game number 2, Subway Pizza Rats versus the Tomahawk Mishaps. And we see a bit of an early play here coming out from the Subway Pizza Rats, looking for a bit of a sneaky play, but Milio will find them out. They flash in and don't end up getting the root because Milio ends up flashing out as well. So flash for flash on the supports, and gonna feel pretty good for the side of the Subway Pizza Rats. Jin Zhao can be paying a visit early on to that bottom lane. Punish that flashless Milio. We'll have to see if he ends up doing that.
Yeah, we'll see which of these junglers can punish these flashless supports, but just flash for flash, both enchanters. If it's anything like last game where it's just a 2v2 scaling lane, then that's not gonna end up mattering a whole lot. You can see they're trying to get a little bit more of aggressive wards, but that ward's still just not going to spot anything unless Sejuani decides to wrap that way around to her wolves, which would just not be anything that she ever does. So
Yeah,
another wasted ward coming from the Pizza Rats here.
Yeah, the
But we
early
do
game wards
see-
for both teams.
Yeah, the Mishaps do at least get a ward on the blue buff, so they see the Xin Zhao is not starting topside. They can assume that he's bot, so they have a little bit of information, which is everything in the early game. Tracking
Information is key. You know, as a jungler, I'm constantly telling my laners to ward in certain spots in the early game because you really want to know where the enemy jungler's at, so you can plan your path, play around the vision of the enemy to know where you can go and where you can't go on the map, or where to pin your laners to back off of if they're over pushing. But yeah, red side ward we'll see, or red ward rather, we'll see that Jin Zhao is starting on the red side, so should expect to be both junglers pathing up towards the top side of the map, as Shen getting the push early on into the Yorick, gonna shove that one under the tower. Yorick gonna feel fine clearing these minions up, and so far not really much action here. Looks like teams are happy to farm and not trade here in the early game.
Yeah, and Shen being able to crash that is gifted the opportunity to go place a deep ward. You see a little redundant as Azir placed a ward over the Raptor pit as well, so they do double spot the Sejuani. Gino's happy to just hold this under his tower, lands a good E for the Wolves.
Yeah, nice Spirit's Refuge by Mike in order to block some of those ghoul autos in a Yorick queue. And we'll get a Grasp proc for himself as well. Double Grasp technology in the top side. As Sejuani now will be spotted clearing up there. They know she's on the Krug. Xin Zhao a little behind curve here on the clear. We'll be on that second to last camp while Sejuani is on her 6th camp. So we'll see if Sejuani can make anything out of that and get any sort of gank off. But with Mike posturing to recall, probably won't be a possibility here. As Sejuani now, you see pings going down onto AWAMs in his red side jungle. They see where he's at, pathing wise, gonna look for this crab. Maybe see a little scuffle here.
Really early pots burned by both top laners too, both having D-shield, and when they were only like 60% from their previous trade, they both opted to pop that. Now Shen without it at half HP, gotta think he would have had more HP than 60% with how he played the lane, just sitting back with that D-shield regeneration. So kind of a wasted potion, in my opinion.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted pot.
Doesn't get the top grab, and they're both moving towards this bottom one.
Yeah, nice roam from Nithros. Ended up helping zone off the Xin Zhao there to help Sejuani secure that one, and now they're going to be fighting over that bottom crab. Does go the way of the Xin Zhao. You can see on the mini-map there, takes that one away, so feeling pretty good about that. As the top lane, directed camera, loving this matchup. The top laners just grasping each other. Look at like Brokeback Mountain up there. But gonna be getting some good trades going on in the mid lane as well for the Azir. Early on, should feel pretty decent for him if he's able to avoid that Q and just harass the Sand Soldiers. But yeah, Shen had the better part of the early lane top, but now just getting kind of pushed back and out-sustained by the Yorick.
Yeah, this is exactly how Genos wants this lane to go. Already up 16 CS, and it's pushing towards him, just constantly poking this Shen out. He's gonna have to try to crash this or try to TP for a health advantage, but it just feels really bad because he doesn't have enough gold to really buy anything meaningful. He is deciding to start that recall. We'll see, maybe he can get a cloth armor, ruby crystal, but he cancels it again. So Mike just constantly channeling the TP and for the
Winning exhaust going down on the bot side. Jin Zhao's here. It's a 3v3 on the bottom side. Jin Zhao going in, getting a massive amount of damage on AWAM. She does have to end up flashing out. So it'll be the flash burn for the jungler on the side of Tomahawk Mishaps. As
looking around for a dive.
Yeah, he's looking. Doesn't quite get the cancel there with the wind becomes
now
lightning.
the two low bot laners are left alone, and he's just gonna stay and go for round 2 once that W comes back up. Big wave crashing here.
Yeah,
Misses
Wind
again,
not going to
though,
hit, but there's so much damage not even needed. The burst from the Seraphine just takes him out. Major Croc Rocket on the board.
Wow, Crockett just making it look easy. Just never misses anything on the Nautilus and sneaks an empowered Q for the surprise one-shot on Redacted. Not even popping barrier there. Really well played.
Yeah, Redacted not expecting that at all. And after how the last game went, you love to see the early game going your way here. For the side of the Subway Pizza Rat's going to be feeling really good about that one, but you know, you hit tab and look at the top lane, you're going to be feeling a little less good. As
he has not even got a single minion.
Turn the CS backwards on Shen, and it's the same as Yorick's, but sadly you can't do that inside of the game, and you're going to be really just relying on the utility this Shen brings, because probably going to be behind for most of the game with how this early lane has gone.
And he might go, I mean, he does love the Flicker Blade and Volibear build. He might go the Titanic Hydra Flicker Blade Shen build that has apparently been getting more play. He does have the double longsword, so definitely going for Titanic first.
Ooh.
Even though
I would like to see the Titanic in the tank for behind, but gonna get found out here by the Sejuani. Sejuani still have the Q. Maybe look to burn the flash, but opts not to go for it. Didn't have Yorick quite close enough to follow up, I guess he thought.
Barely misses that E. You see with Sejuani, they know she's top lane. It's out. Should have the freedom to just start up this dragon here.
Yeah, I'd love to see Jin start the dragon. We'll be spotted on a red ward there around the scuttle crab. Believe there was vision there, so gonna see him doing that scuttle crab, and if he starts the dragon as well. Now Sejuani pathing over to the bot side, so Zhao gonna cancel the recall there. We'll see if he goes for anything. He's now recalling to provide cover for the Azir. And Zarya is going to hop straight in. Halcyon doing a lot of damage, but gets jumped on by Nethos. The Shen ultimate is coming down onto Halcyon here, though, so we'll be there. And the nice charm into the taunt. You'd have to think the taunt back, the flash forward and the taunt backwards. I guess that was the sauce they needed. Mike with the fancy feet and Halcyon blocking that Jinx ultimate to prevent any follow-up kills. Feats of warfare will be claimed for the Subway Pizza Rats, but Sejuani now here does have 6.
Yeah, good synchronization from the Pizza Rats. Zeri hitting 6 and just going right in, knowing he has that safety of the Shen ultimate. But, you know, on the other side, we see Yorick has his Maiden, and he's going to get 2 plates for that. So they really need to get as much gold into this area as possible, because this Yorick is going to reach a point where it's just too hard to match him in the side lane, especially with Shen, you know, wanting to ult away and just leave him alone. Almost gets 3 plates, so he's going to be in a really good spot here. But Xin Zhao is starting the dragon.
Yeah, the Yorick getting extremely scary, and as you mentioned, the Xin Zhao dragon start is a good look, as Sejuani, I believe, was spotted going to her top side. Knows he can just get away with doing this one. We'll have the support of his support champion as well, Seraphine walking over, and Mike just getting beat up inside of the pit of Yorick, gonna have to taunt out there and just get chased and queued again. A lot of his health getting just drained by the Maiden there.
Yeah, I don't know who keeps doing it on the Pizza Rats, but we see the same ward. It does just expire near mid lane that isn't really in a location that provides any value, but they just keep replacing the same ward.
It has to be a Zeldratus ward. We're gonna have to go in the bot afterwards and look and then flame it for it. But oh man, oh, is he going to put it again? Oh no, okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on that Azir pathing and the ward in the inventory. But in the bot lane, Crockett just barely missing out there. The Seraphine ability will dodge the Jinx zap. Pretty weird hitbox on that zap. Always an annoying skill to dodge. As in the mid lane, you know, pretty even in the, actually identically even in the farm. Just both these mages going after it, and Sejuani trading objectives on the north side of the map. Will take those grubs for her team.
Yep, with the strength of this Yorick right now, they're able to take all 3 grubs uncontested once again, just like game 1, and you know, it's really good, especially for the Yorick. If he's going to be hitting those towers, it's going to be spawning the Void Mites now with that, and I imagine he's got quite a bit of gold now. Probably not enough for Trinity Force, maybe a Phage Stinger combo here, but we'll have to see. Just the Phage. And unfortunate for Nithros that his first ultimate does not grant any value towards his team. It's such a long cooldown. You really want that first Twisted Fate ultimate to give you something, but he TPs into a losing fight.
Yeah, look at bot side now. Has the exhaust.
Shuffle interrupts the Twisted Fatal.
Oh, he had the exhaust ready to go as well, and it's so tragic on the side. Oh, Subway Pizza Rats not able to convert that there, and will be canceled. And
really good from Zaldratus, knowing exactly what this Twisted Fate was trying to do. He followed, was able to shuffling Sands over to him and interrupt him with his Emperor's Divide before the Destiny Gate came through.
Ooh, a nice little taunt under the tower there by Mike. Makes Genos take 3 tower shots. But yeah, massive interrupt there on with the shuffle onto Nithros. And yeah, I mean, Tomahawk Mishaps would have loved that play to go their way. The TF ultimate yet again, as you just mentioned, the first one not working out. The second one also completely canceled, and
should be dead.
Gonna feel pretty bad. Another taunt under tower, by the way. Flashes away, but ends up getting the kill. The maiden on the backside, doing the rest of the damage to the shed, and Genos making it look easy up here.
Unfortunately for him, the wave is frozen. He's going to have to stop his back to try to crash this, but it gives the Azir the opportunity to come in. Going to get out safely, though, so at least Nithros gets some time alone on the mid lane tower, maybe pick up a plate for himself. But
and the ghouls actually ended up clearing the wave as well.
We see the massive CS gap in the top lane for the Mishaps, but then it's just mirrored on the bottom side for the Zeri Jinx. Has the BF sword up on the Jinx, both trying to rush for this Yuntal arrows, and the Zeri is going to be in a way better spot than the Jinx.
Yeah, and you're always going to love to have a champion like Zeri that can be ahead in the game. You're so mobile, especially against a team comp like the one on the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps, where they don't really have the ability to lock Zeri down. Usually you want to see something like a Maokai, like a Vi, like a Pantheon, something where you can point and click stun. Yes, the TF gold card can do that, but it's just the gold card. That's the only CC they have that's going to be reliable onto the Zeri. So not going to quite be enough as it gets towards here in the later game if Halcyon positions correctly. And having that second ranged threat on the Azir is going to feel really good as well, because he won't be the only target.
Yeah, we see him looking for an all-in there. Messi able to kick him back, so he's not going to have ult for this potential dragon fight, but he is going to force the Tomahawk Mishaps bot lane to reset here, although he takes a reset himself and gets that Yuntal plus BF combo, so even without the ultimate available for Zeri, he's going to be way stronger than this Jinx, and I imagine the Tomahawk Mishaps can't even contest this dragon, are going to have to give it up. As Mothra is able to last second cancel back, blows all of the summoners for the Tomahawk Mishap bot lane. Definitely not going to be able to do anything about this dragon now. I'd like to see Genos try to force down this top lane tower, but he can't quite push it fast enough without the Maiden at the moment.
Yeah, Genos going to be Maidenless up here in the top side for a little bit. I mean, maybe honestly, the TF ultimate going to be popped and looking towards the bot lane. See if this one actually works out, as the directed camera says. We're watching the top lane right now. Shen ultimate going to go through. And the taunt going into the tower. Nithro is trying to make something happen, but the tower's so low, he just has to walk away from it. And the TF ultimate again, finding nothing for the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps, as the Subway Pizza Rats just playing this game out so much better. Zeri now able to move in. The charm just barely going to land on the max range onto Fel, and he will be taken out. No summoners will be available on that bot lane, as you mentioned, and now Mothra charging straight ahead. Nithro so low over this Twisted Fate that Sejuani Q just going to be a drive-by and hit nobody, as the rest of the team forcing them back. Recalls are going to be going through, and that dragon, you have to think, will go the way of Subway Pizza Rats.
Yeah, I think Nithros was ulting bottom to try to to buy time for Genos to get the first tower. I'm not sure who actually ended up taking the tower first. They were definitely racing for it, but ends up going down for it and losing the tower anyway. But we did see what we mentioned earlier, the Shen having to ult away from this Yorick. Yorick able to get the tier 2 top down to half HP, so every time the Shen is gonna ult away, the Yorick is just gonna try to get as much as he can on the other side, but with how it's going so far, it might not be enough with the amount of gold that is getting funneled into this area.
Yeah, and the Shen ultimate always going to be useful this game. You know, the Jinx, you know, not as much. If you're behind with the Jinx, your ultimate's just going to do less damage. With the Shen, you're just going to have that shield pretty much just based on the ranks of the ultimate that you're at, as far as the level of the champion, because you're not really going to have a whole lot of AP on the Shen. And that's going to be such a massive tool to protect this fed Zeri that, honestly, the Zeri is going to be pretty much untouchable this game, in my opinion, with how this game's been played out. I don't think it's going to be very easy at all for the side of Tomahawk Mishaps to get on this Zeri, pretty much ever. Shen, I mean, TF card could do it, but unless you're following up instant with the Sejuani ultimate, as now we see Genos under some threat in the top lane, gonna get knocked up, shouldn't be taken out here, no flashes available. We'll see if he can trade anything back or do anything fancy, but that's a 4v1. Probably gonna end up falling here, as he did do a good amount of damage and does actually pull the Seraphine ultimate out, so cost them a cooldown there, but a little overextended for Genos.
Yeah, I mean, fancy feat coming out from Genos, forcing them to invest the Seraphine ulti, but I mean, we saw they just had no vision in the jungle there. He had no idea that there was 4 of them taking the Herald, so by the time it dropped, he just was too far up. And now Nitros is going to
now the roaming gank squad is coming to the mid lane as well. See him run the whole way to the bot side here, just sweeping across the map like some locusts from the Book of Revelations. They're just eating everything in their sight, as Jinx desperately trying to get some farm for herself in the bottom lane. We'll channel the recall now. Doesn't want to fall victim to that Death Squad, but Death Squad has since disbanded and will be heading their separate ways. But yeah, I mean, good series of plays there from the Subway Pizza Rats. Able to find some quick kills. Not before any objectives, but it was after the objectives, so we'll have to see on the next Dragon fight. They're going to be looking for that to give themselves a soul point.
Yeah, Jinx finally picking up a BF sword at least. She was falling victim to the unfortunate build path of Yuntal, where if you can't afford that BF, you're stuck with the shitty crossbow item, whatever it's slingshot. Yeah.
Scout slingshot looks like a pizza. Who's going to want a slingshot? You look over, the other guy has an axe and a sword, and you have a slingshot.
Yeah.
It's gonna feel pretty bad. But yeah, that's shout out B-Sin, known scout slingshot abuser. Genos maybe.
Yank Genos.
I don't know if they can actually 1v2 him there though. Like, I think Genos actually feels pretty fine in that, but I guess he doesn't have the maiden.
Yeah, plays it safe, just insta flashes out, no maiden. Seraphine was also walking up towards him, so.
Oh, and Fell might be caught here. Wind Becomes Lightning gonna not quite connect, but Zeri, you know, has the move speed to keep up with him. See if the extendo beam connects, and it doesn't. He dodges back and hits him with the fire kick as well, so some fancy feet from Fell coming through there to actually end up living and not able to quite take down Messi there.
Now, crucially, Halcyon greeting, flashing for that, and he doesn't even get the kill, so now this Zeri that, you know, we mentioned is hard to punish is flashless. So we can look for gold cards on her, but I mean, they are just continuing to deathball. That is what you want to do against this Yorick split, is they're just getting as much on the other side of the map as possible, because the Mishaps just can't match this pressure from the deathball that they're putting through.
Yeah, hard to match. The TF ultimate going to come down, and Mothra, a nice ultimate to punish a lot of that damage and not actually take that, tank a lot of that damage rather. As we see the top lane, Genos is just getting worse and worse for Mike, as the Q does about 10% of his health there with the last one. And in the mid lane, Crockett pretty low, going to get stunned up by his old compatriot Nitros and shut down by the Jinx. So now Tomahawk Mishaps going to run through the mid lane here and try to get some kills for themselves. A flash forward by AWAMS is a nice job CCing up. We'll probably end up falling to the tower there, but I'd say hashtag worth if we're getting kills on the team, but except that it went to the Milio, so not feeling too good about that one. You would have liked that under the Jinx of the TF, but at this point I think they needed pretty much anything, as their top side bought a lot of time for their top side here. Does have that maiden now, and I don't think Halcyon could fight him with no flash on the Zeri. Gonna barely even be able to fight the ghouls as he has to run away trying to hit those. And that's an inhibitor down early.
And
Geno's just a massive game in the top lane.
Genos definitely could have walked over and queued the Zeri with that slow and bonus move speed landing onto her, but he wanted the inhibitor over the Zeri kill. You know, definitely good pressure with his dragon spawning. He can just reset and be there for the dragon fight in the bot lane while the supers do the work top. But, you know, we saw from the Pizza Rats what we saw in game one, where they're just over forcing and letting Genos do unspeakable things to their side lanes. You know, Azir tried to match him in the bot lane, but definitely not going to be able to push as fast as the Yorick. Crucially, Shen did not ult though, so he is going to be able to stop these super minions top lane and join this fight. Yuntal is completed from the Jinx, so they have some way to fight back. Still no flash on the Zeri though, so it is a good angle to look for this fight from the Tomahawk Mishaps. We'll see if they want to take it. They are walking in.
Yeah, good angle, and crucially Shen, just completing that first item there. I was going to say I have no item with the Yoriks too, but does complete that Titanic. Hopefully going full tank here, and the Dragon will be started up. Sejuani ultimate going to go wide. TF ultimate channeling and coming through, but the Dragon getting so low. Sejuani going in. We'll see if it Smite Steal happens. Jinx ultimate comes through. It actually takes the Dragon. Deals so much damage, and the Tomahawk Mishaps feeling so good about that one. Got the Jinx excited, running straight on in. Halcyon on the Zeri, not able to even hit, as in the middle of the fight, AWAMs will fall, but Genos is here, doing massive damage to the team. Mothra going to fall as well. Mike tried his best, but he's so behind on the Shen and so squishy. Zaldratus runs into his death, and then Zeri runs in and dies as well. Genos joins the fight, and everybody dies.
Top and end,
Triple
potentially.
kill. He's
looking for
TPing
it.
top lane, baby. He can end the game. It's 21 minutes in. The death timers are pretty short. Major Crockett up in 5 seconds, but he has a super minions and the maiden. We'll see if he can actually end the game here, Kazuno. He's going towards the Nexus. He knows it's only the Seraphine alive. He knows he can pretty much ignore her. Can he end the game here by himself on this Yorick? It's so much damage. Maybe just the Nexus Tower.
5 seconds.
Maybe he goes for the end.
If he goes
5
for it.
seconds. He's still pretty healthy. The maiden's there as well. I don't think he can actually do this. There's no way he can do this. Surely not. Surely he can't end the game. No, he will end up going down, but maybe taking Major Crockett with him. No. Oh, he does take Major Crockett down with the maiden, but will fall. Absolutely massive play from Genos there. So scary on this Yorick. Almost ending the game solo, fighting and then TPing.
Yeah, I mean, their previous mistake of letting Yorick get that inhibitor cost them even more in this lost fight. It was a good initial pick on the Seraphine to get the Jinx excited, able to put down some damage into Azir and Zeri and zone them off while Yorick took out the Shen and Xin Zhao in the bot lane. By the time the Zeri Azir joined up, they were by themselves and had to just tank the Yorick in melee range. Crucially, another Jinx ult steal too. Last week it happened twice against the Tomahawk Mishaps, but this time able to do it for themselves.
You know, that Jinx alt steal is kind of sick. We got to try that out in our game, and they get one here for themselves. Shen with the flash taunt into the tower, trying to repeat some of the success earlier, but not going to really find him much except for the death screen as another kill goes over to Redacted on this Jinx. Now, pretty much going to be close to fully caught up with all this kill gold here. Still going to be down on the CS, but I think at this point of the game, you're happy with where the Jinx is at relative to the Zeri.
It just completely swung this game into the Tomahawk Mishap's favor. He's down like almost 40 CS, like you said, but he's even in items. He has the Milio to buff him up. Meanwhile, Yorick is just going to continue to apply pressure, and now the Jinx is strong enough to match this Zeri. So it's definitely looking rough for the Pizza Rats now, as they're going to catch Mothra.
Yeah, Nithra is getting caught out. They're in the mid side, and Mothra getting caught out as well. So one dying on either side, and now Genos doing his best to fight Zaldratus, but the Azir can do a pretty good job at keeping the Yorick at range, but get hit by any of these abilities from the Yorick, and if you don't have flash on the Azir, that will be the gray screen, and does end up falling. Massive damage from him. We'll see if he can actually get ran down and killed here by Halcyon and Crockett, but the Shen ultimate going to come through, and honestly, I don't think he needed it, but at this point, you're kind of panicking if anybody's fighting the Yorick. If you're on the side, if you're on the side of the Pizza Rats, you really want to just kill this guy. You don't want to let him outplay anymore because he's already done enough.
Yeah, man, more Genos pressure causing more Tomahawk Mishaps objectives. They're able to pick the Otacon on that one. I would like to see him transition to pushing this bot lane with the top inhib already down and Baron being the next big objective. Dragon is 130, but it's not Soul. I feel like they can let that slip through and prioritize this Baron buff for that Yorick split push. As we saw there, they need at least 3 to match it. Definitely spicy flash onto the Azir, but he is able to pick up the kill. He does fall after.
Yeah, just absolutely massive game for Genos here. Just showing people why you pick this Yorick and how scary it can be if you're ahead in the game. Just definitely going to be something that if teams are playing them in the future are going to look to ban away. Not going to want to see this kind of a performance from him as the Baron posturing will start to begin as that has spawned at 25 minutes.
They did have TF getting the bot lane push started, but they are going to swap Yorick down there now, which is really good. No ultimate on the Shen yet, crucially having to save or use it to potentially save the Zeri earlier. Yorick does not have the maiden for a few more seconds as well.
Oh, they were looking for maybe a gold card Sejuani ultimate combo there, but didn't pull the trigger on either one. Kind of let the Zeri just walk out there. Didn't try to burn any of her summoners and still has both of those available. So in the next fight, really going to be looking at both of these 80 carries. Both have both summoners available. We'll see who's able to output more
Yorick
damage.
behind the Shen he's looking for.
Yeah, Yorick wants to find the Shen. The Shen trying to get the recall.
Oh, the maiden sees him.
Got spotted. Should be able to make it out, but just what an annoyance for Bike Hero, the Shen. And he ended up going full tank after that Titanic, which I think is the correct choice. I would have hated to see him go more damage, but yeah, he's getting ran down. Should eat another cube, but does block it with the Spirit's Refuge, so well played by Mike with that ability layering. And now in the jungle, will we see a random fight behind this Dragon Pit? It fell just trying to zone, while Jinx takes the Dragon with Sejuani. Should just be able to steal this one away. I don't think there's really any way for Xin Zhao to get towards the pit and take that, so that will be a second Infernal Drake claimed for the side of Tomahawk Mishaps. As now they want to kill Genos to Subway Pizza Rats. They're sending 4, which is what they need, but 3 of them get stuck in the cage, and he just walks right out. And now the TF ultimate.
He's going for the inhib.
Going for the base, going for the inhib, and now the TP from Azir to match as well. So just a very wacky game here with these teams trying to just find any edge they can get on each other.
Oh.
In the mid lane, the flash from Jinx.
Flash from the Jinx.
Yeah, and Azir burned the flash and the ult to try to get that as well, but you have to think that next time that shuffles up, the Jinx will be a pretty easy target.
Yeah, now that this dragon is off the table, AOM's able to take that with the pressure. They are going to be able to pressure this Baron with Yorick staying down here. Doesn't have the maiden, but still drawing 3 to him. We'd like to see him Baron now.
Yeah, it's just too much. Jinx is doing too much damage at this point. I mean, with Zeri, rather, with 3 items, able to take him out, but, you know, Tomahawk Mishaps see that, and they do exactly what they need to do when their top laner has the pressure. They start the Baron, and you have the Shen ultimate coming in the Azir. Does just deter them from the Baron. I think they might have actually been able to finish that one and escape out of the back of the pit, but up not to. As a nice Seraphine ultimate going to layer down into 3 of them and deal so much damage, and they're insta-dead. And you have to think now, 4 dead on the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps, with a massive mishap there, gifting the Baron over to the Subway Pizza Rats.
Yeah, they really should have tried to turn this Azir, who was by himself. They ended up taking a big AoE from Baron while also standing in the Azir soldiers, getting really chunked out before the rest of his team joined in, and they just had to run away. But Crockett landing a huge flash R to be able to get the Baron for themselves as they swing it back in their favor. A really close game, just going back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely back and forth as Azir stealing away that red buff. Love to see it, you know, gifting your team the red buff in the late stage of the game. Love when that one's just global. Don't have to worry about people complaining, you know. That was one of the nicest changes they made in League of Legends, is, you know, it used to, when you were playing the jungle, after your first blue buff, you had to give all the rest of your blue buffs to your mid laner. You couldn't even take them for yourself as a jungler. Now they let it so that everybody can just take it, and then later on it just gives it to everybody, so it feels pretty good. Like that change. Shout out blue buff economy, I guess, as we see Mike here gonna just walk up to Genos in the bush and start whacking him, and just realize he doesn't really want much of that. So Xin Zhao, though, does want a piece of this Sejuani, will end up going in, and Zeri on the backside just dealing so much damage. Just one shots fell, insta kill, no exhaust pop from Phil either, and now Genos kind of on the wrong side of town, gonna have to run away. We'll see everybody And Nitros had TF ported to the base, looking for that inhibitor yet again. No teleport to find him this time, and we'll take it. Has to flash away to avoid getting shuffled, but the Rylai's on Zeldratus might just continue to slow him down. Does get the last proc before the stun card goes, but probably won't end up continue chasing. Let's see if he does. You see Zeri walking up as well. Maybe they want to do the long chase here and actually try to find this guy. TF does have the teleport, though, to try to get out, but I think his ear's just too close. I think he's just going to be found. Oh, did try to do the stun card TP angle. We'll see if he gets out.
Wow.
Does end up getting the teleport out. Well played by Nitros to escape there from a pretty tough situation. Does have to burn the flash and the teleport, but having that summoner spellbook is going to feel decent getting some spells back for yourself.
I mean, you have to think, though, with, new League of Legends where inhibitor towers, Nexus towers rather, respawn, blowing your ultimate and both summoners to get that inhib isn't as worth anymore. It's not an open Nexus. They're gonna have the towers there, so just having that inhib down at this point in the game that Azir is just pre-farming is not gonna be worth it for them. We'll see if they can capitalize on that pressure to try to win another miracle fight like they did around the Baron or Dragon before. But it is slowly slipping away from them as they are just falling to the strength of this Zeri.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of an 80 carry diff this game. The Jinx are starting to come back into it a little bit, but Halcyon's just looked so much stronger in these fights, like knowing where he's standing as far as positioning, as far as allocating damage and actually picking the right targets to kill. Just one-shotting the Milio pretty much every fight. He's doing a really, really good job here on the Zeri to carry this team, trying to take us to a game 3. And, we have a series on our hands here. If Subway Pizza Rats end up winning this, they take us all the way to the last match for game 3. So that would surely be something. And
are opting to give this dragon and try to over top lane. If they can push it fast, I don't think they can. We'll see. The Mishaps need to try to stop any backs. They're gonna walk in. Shen got back, but TF is deciding to ditch this plan now.
Yeah, and Azir.
Fight.
Yeah, TF just leave it and ulted for the fight, but the dragon's just gone. Azir's there already as well, so it will be a 4v4 if anything happens. And in a 4v4, I heavily favor the Subway Pizza Rats at this point in the game. I don't think the Yorick can really safely take this tower against the Shen with that taunt available, but the team's also just not fighting, just ending up recall. Actually, Redacted ends up getting caught and falls himself after flashing. And now Halcyon here should be able to just kill Genos. I don't think there's really a world where Genos gets away outside of using that flash, which he does.
Oh, wow. And they're saying in the Twitch chat, I did not even... But stole the dragon yet again.
Oh man, we didn't even see it because the camera's topside.
Mishaps. But we saw some indecisiveness or miscommunication maybe where they looked to go for a double push in the top lane and trade the drag, but then they just grouped up anyway, so the Yorick can't.
Why is the Xin Zhao just 1v3? And by the way, just sitting here auto attacking the Sejuani. The Shed ultimate gonna come down. Wind becomes lightning, and the taunt flash from Mike actually will end up finishing the kill into Awams. You see Genos here gets hit by that Wind becomes lightning. Will be slowed down a little bit as here. Gonna get the shuffle back down to Genos, who will fall. Halcyon now legendary, flashing forward, cleaning up the rest of these kills. A triple kill for Halcyon on the Zeri, dealing so much damage.
Yeah, and they have
absolutely
a
massive.
Be able to end the game here.
Yeah, it should be the end of the game here. Absolutely, 4 dead, only Redacted alive, and a flashless Jinx versus the might of the Subway Pizza Rats. I'm not sure that he can really hold the line here. You're able to steal the dragon, but I don't think you can steal this game away from the Subway Pizza Rats. They will have their prize, and they will take these Nexus towers and the Nexus and push us to game 3. And even the ace coming through at the end with Zeri picking that one up. Well played by the Subway Pizza Rats, and we're going all the way today.
I mean, we kind of see a reverse of last game where the Tomahawk Mishaps get in control of the game, but then they just overextend a couple times and they start losing these fights. Even with the 2 Dragon Steals to deny the soul, it's not enough to keep them in this game, and the Yorick really fell off later and wasn't able to take the towers in the face of the Shen.
Yeah, Yorick was looking strong and scary the whole game. Almost single-handedly ended the game there with that TP after the triple kill in the dragon fight, but not quite enough to put it across the line for his team. Tomahawk Mishaps gonna fall here in game 2 and tie the series up at 1-1 will Subway Pizza Rats, and we're going to game 3, and we'll see you guys there.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are getting straight into draft here. Tomahawk Mishaps drop the Victor ban and ban Zeri instead, whereas the Pizza Rats stay with their same Game 2 bans. We'll see what the Mishaps decide to first pick here. Really taking the time to think about it.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to think that Seraphine pick is gonna be something that's gonna. And there it is with the first pick. Just a really contested pick this series. Both teams opting to take it in both games 1 and 2. And now here in game 3, we'll be back on the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps. Really enjoying this champion for their team.
I definitely pumped big damage in game 1 when she was on the bot lane role last game. Didn't do too much. Crockett did have a lot of really good Seraphine ults, though, as they pick Mel, which, it's just going to reflect that Seraphine ult right back into their face.
Yeah, massive pick. I really like the Mel pick as an answer there. And, maybe even seeing something like the Braum coming out as well to block that Seraphine ultimate if the Mel isn't there to reflect. But it was a big tool for the Tomahawk Mishaps in that first game to be part of their comeback, to get that win, steal it from the jaws of defeat, was the Seraphine. And Nautilus, just a phenomenal pick in the game right now in general. So you'd love to see that one picked up for Subway Pizzerettes.
And, something that they've been banning all series is the Nitros Yasuo, and that's the champ he really likes to take into this Mel matchup. We'll see. I can't imagine he'd want to go TF again. Just reflecting the gold card right back at him, but it wasn't able to get off the ground game 2. Maybe he's confident in it and will pick it again.
Yeah, maybe we see the Nithos Echo. That's something that he plays in the mid lane as well and would be pretty good.
Yeah, especially synergizing with this Sejuani that they just picked. Having the melee mid laner is really good for that.
It would be easy to itemize into magic resist. That'd be pretty AP heavy for their squad, assuming that Seraphine is going to go towards the bot lane and going to be pretty AP heavy anyway. Taking that Vladimir, you have to assume that's going towards Redacted there in the bot side. So maybe a Seraphine mid or support.
Oh, true. Okay. So maybe they're making the adaptation, having redacted on his best champion, Vladimir, in the bot lane, opening up Nithros to play an AD carry in the mid lane once again. Having the AP come through in the bot, and the Pizza Rats read it and insta-ban the Vayne mid that they played in game 1, not wanting them on that one. The Stana ban comes through. Gonna be the
Yeah, they
best
banned the Vade
option available.
and they picked the Mundo. Look, they're looking at a triple magic damage on the side of Tomahawk Mishaps with some CC. Mundo is such a phenomenal pick. And
Yeah,
yeah,
they
all
do
80
leave the
carries
Yorick
here.
open, though. I mean, I would be very happy as Genos to lock the Yorick into this Mundo. Two 280 carries are banned. You still can pick another one. They're just not going to be as safe as those two. I personally like playing Zeri or Kaisa mid myself if the matchup allows it, but into Mel, that's not going to be a very fun time. But if their plan is to just have Nitro scale on an 80 carry, it is definitely something they can still just do.
Yeah, see what they go for him. Would still have that Echo available, but you have to think that he'd feel pretty bad about taking that fourth kind of magic damage dealing champion onto the map here with the Mundo already showing and the Trundle going to be the pick here. You'd love to see Trundle in matches where you have long range skill shot crowd control, because that pillar just allows that to be set up so easily with the Nautilus hook, with the Mel root. That pillar is such an annoying ability to just throw down right on the head of a champion like Seraphine, who's immobile. Just enables her to get crowd controlled further. And the Garen gonna be locked
Wow.
in. I wonder where that's going, because that could go top lane, but we could also see like a Garen No, we wouldn't probably see a Garen.
Nitros Garen.
Yeah, probably not a Garen mid, but
But we do see the Trundle, like you said, banned by the Pizza Rats in Phase 2 last game, so they pick it into the Sejuani, but they're going to have it for themselves to take her out this time around. Still thinking about that last Nitros pick here. And it is
will be
the
the Kaisa.
Kaisa mid.
Will be the Kaisa as predicted. And the fifth pick now for the Subway Pizza Rats to round out their comp will be their mid laner. I guess that could be technically their bot laner. Mel could, I guess, maybe be going bot or mid. Uh, Gotta assume that's probably the towards the bot side, I guess. But
And honestly, if you're Halcyon, this might be the game you go for your Ken and bot lane. Although it would be a very heavy magic damage team.
and they do take Warwick. So is that a Mundo mid with the Trundle top and the Warwick jungle?
A really, really weird last half of the draft here. I'm not sure where the Pizza Rats are gonna go. I know the Mundo is a Mike champ, but the other two, I'm not so
It's
sure.
Aldratus is a Mundo mid enjoyer. I know that. So I
That is
do think
true.
this will be the Mundo mid, because if that Mundo wasn't going mid, I wouldn't really know where the rest of the champions are going. Because I know Mike wouldn't play Warwick top, so it kind of has to be the Trundle top. And Mothra's main jungler is Warwick.
I mean,
So,
it could be the
I
Warwick
mean, not
mid.
Mothra.
I don't know. We know Zeldratus just likes to play random stuff that doesn't make sense sometimes, but
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
like the
I'll
Mundo,
stick
for
with my
example.
yeah, like the Mundo. I'll stick with my call. I'm calling the Trundle top,
You know,
Warwick
if
jungle,
it
Mundo mid,
if
Mel
it works
Nautilus
for
bot.
him, you know, it's great. But I think in this specific scenario, especially where you have Nitro scaling on a champ like Kaisa that just cuts down
Yeah,
frontline, it's really bizarre to see them opt for this weird quadruple melee flex comp
they have
where
to have thought the
Kaisa,
Vlad was mid.
yeah, Kaisa can just safely auto out of sight of Mel's range, and that's really going to be the threat on her unless the Warwick is landing an ulti. I guess the Nautilus ult as well, but you know she should have the Sejuani in front of her with the Seraphine heal. So really,
Yeah,
really good game for the Kaisa here with what the Pizza Rats decided to draft. I know they're just trying to cook, but we'll have to see if it's or not.
we will absolutely have to see. It's looking like another Nitros piss carry angle with this Kaisen mid. We'll have to see if he can do it against four melee champions. One lockdown ability for him with that Nautilus R. Gonna be the Mel as the range carry on the other side. And just now we're gonna send it to a break for a few minutes, guys, but don't go anywhere. We'll be into game 3 soon. All right, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the third and final game here of this epic series, Clash of the Titans, honestly, between Tomahawk Mishaps and the Subway Pizza Rats here. Both teams winning a game in this series, trading the Seraphine back and forth. Now Fel back on the Seraphine here for this series as the level 1 shenanigans of the Subway Pizza Rats will get spotted out on a good ward placed by Redacted and crew. Fel throws some abilities out, so now they know that they were spotted.
Yeah, and the TP on the Seraphine too in the support role, just saying we're not really going to be fighting down here at all. Don't need that combat summoner. Opting to have more agency around the map. It is going to be the Trundle top and Mundo mid coming from the Pizza Rats. Definitely very favorable for the Kaisa. If it was well mid, the Kaisa would be in a tough spot getting punished early, but now she should be able to just farm for free and get that 3-item breakpoint and just honestly mow down this front line from the Pizza Rats. And that's exactly what Tomahawk Mishaps want to happen when you draft Nitros. We saw it game 1, even from a pretty horrible game state. They were able to hold on and get him to that point where he just was untouched in these fights.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to want to see again here is Fel going to throw some abilities out, going to go wide, and also have Crockett back on this Nautilus here in the bot lane, so going to be looking towards him to be creating some plays here for the Subway Pizza Rats. But yeah, like you mentioned, all eyes on Nitros this game is on this Kaisa in a favorable matchup as well. Going to be chunking Mundo extremely hard there in the early game, and AWAM's now getting the gank down. We'll burn that ghost on the mic. Yeah, Trundle ghosting to get on out of there, and it's still level 1, so it's going to be not getting any XP in the top side and chasing Sejuani into the jungle to put a ward down. We'll get the ward down, but still going to be level 1 when he gets back to lane with no ghosts, so going to be scary for him to walk up onto this Garen.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Genos wasn't trying to push the lane there. Definitely the optimal thing for him to do with Trundle just leaving like that is just let the minions die and deny that XP from Trundle. So it looks like he might have missed 1 or 2 with how the lane looks right now, but definitely very weird gank from the Sejuani. He's going to be really outpaced by the Warwick now, as we see Warwick is entering his bot side jungle and going to steal 1 or 2 camps from him, as he's only finishing his 3rd camp right now.
Yeah, so the mic delay onto the Sejuani, ended up buying time for Mothra to get into that jungle and steal some camps away. And Mothra is a Warwick enjoyer. This is his main champion, his signature pick here on this jungler. And it looks like he's waiting on or actually rather just taking the red buff, but ended able to smite it away from Sejuani, who walked in there and then realized it was gone. Gonna maybe have to burn the flash ticket away. Doesn't flash though, so might actually be in some danger to die, and does. Ends up falling. AWAM's not flashing there at a crucial moment when he needed to. And Mothra having his flash should just be able to walk it away. There's nothing Vladimir and Seraphine could do to prevent him from doing this. And gonna get out with the heist as his team walks up to support, and maybe a solo bull here in the top lane. It is. Camera pans away at the last moment. Genos ends up falling. Now we see here in the bot side of the map, Halcyon picking up 2 kills onto the bot side. See if Crockett can land this hook here onto Nitros. Does end up going for it and would have landed it, but Nitros flashing out.
Yeah, lots of action going on around the. Very unlucky. AWAMS was able to sense that Warwick was taking his red, but shows up just a little late as Mothra's overextending here.
Yeah, Mothra feeling himself a little bit too much there. Does end up getting a kill for his team, but now Nitros having the double buffs is going to feel... Yeah, the Seraphine coming in, but Nitros now double buffs and a double kill for himself on this carry that you want to have so much emphasis on for this game, for the Tomahawk Mishaps. This is your guy, this game, and now with 3 kills in the early game and double buffs, he's going to be feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, and what ended up being an advantageous fight for the Pizza Rats into, a miracle for the Tomahawk Mishaps, with the over chase from Mothra and Major Crockett getting kills, like you mentioned, on the Nitros is just crucial. This champion is so good from ahead. She can just snowball so hard with how when she's accelerated, she just gets untouched, just so much damage, and it's exactly where you want it. But he is going for what appears to be the Yuntal build as opposed to the Kraken or Static into, kind of hybrid. So he is going more of the crit build, because he has the Vladimir on his team ready. But either way, lots of gold on this Kaisa.
Yeah, because he wants to opt for the more AD heavy build here, you know, being as he is the only physical damage dealer really on his team outside of, you know, the Garen, who gonna be, oh, the Seraphine gonna get reflected back on her and then hooked up. Gonna flash, but doesn't really go anywhere. Just straight to the Grayscene and Redacted now. Gonna have to just walk it out. Eating some damage from the Nautilus and the Mel on the way. We'll burn that pool to dodge away from the root from Halcyon, but eats the Q on the back end. And yeah, looking like, you know, a similar story to some of these other games where you have a lead on the bot side for the one squad, in this case, the Subway Pizza Rats, but then you have Nithros in the mid lane who pretty much by himself will kind of neutralize any lead that's going to be found on the bot side with Mel and Nautilus.
Yeah, we see the mirror on the gold deficit between the carries, where Nithros being 1k above the Mundo and the Mel being 1k above this Vladimir. A slight lead to Genos and a slight lead to the Mothra. So it's very close, but overall, small gold lead for the Pizza Rats. They're going to have to try to apply as much pressure as they can before this Kaisa gets too
Well,
big.
nice
But
catch on
Nithros
the
is down
Warwick.
here.
Yeah, and Mothra crucially found him on the roam there and able to fear him before Nithros is even able to get in and do anything. Going to be chunked to half HP and just have to leave. And meanwhile, Mundo should be able to get a demolish proc here in the mid tower and get a plate for himself. Nithros going to cancel the recall, realize that he has to get back to that mid lane to prevent anything else from happening to his tower. As his jungler nice enough to go over there and cover.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Nithros feeling the pressure from this Mel, feels he has to come down and bail out his bot lane instead of just sitting mid in his good, favorable matchup and scaling it out. Gonna lose a minion wave off that.
Yeah, I honestly think he can ignore that and just like let the Vlad and the Seraphine scale. These champions will be effective regardless of, you know, being a little bit behind in the early game like this. Their ultimates are still going to be incredibly useful. You know, Seraphine's with the CC and Vlad's with the damage amp for the rest of his team. Mythros has to realize that he's the solo carry in this game. He has to be greedy and play for pretty much himself in this game and get as ahead as he can, because all the eggs are going to be in the Mythros basket this game.
And Geno's starting up a proxy here, going for behind the tier 2, even knowing that the work is on this dragon.
Yeah, did spot him, and another ward going to go down on the dragon. Maybe no Jinx here to steal that one away this game, but Sejuani maybe going to be looking, but ends up walking back as Crockett and Halcyon join to secure this objective for Mothra. Mothra doing a good job for himself, staying ahead in farm, and as well having nearly 100% KP so far in the game. Doing good on this Warwick, you know, kind of seeing why this is his main champion and making it look like he's really used to playing this on the Rift, but a little overextension. We'll see if he can get anything good going with his ult. Does have that available now. And Hook barely going to go wide from Crockett there under the tower, going to take his recall.
Yeah, it was good pressure from Genos. Unfortunate that they didn't have vision that the Mundo was walking up, or they could have took a 4v3 fight on the drag, but you know, not knowing where the Mundo was, just giving that over, and they are going to get, once again, 3 grubs all 3 games. Pizza Rat's just not interested in playing around this top lane whatsoever. And Genos on another split pusher is going to have triple grubs.
Yeah, that's going to feel so good for the Garen there. And even for the Kaisa side laning later, just to have those grubs to be able to kill these towers as fast as possible. And you know, Garen just pulling ahead in a CS lead here in the top lane. We see a lot. We see an awful lot of Tiamats on the Rift here right now. 3 of them, but 1 for Warwick, 1 for Trundle, and 1 for Garen. We're going to be cleaving all over the place. Is now Warwick here, spotting Genos out on some maybe deep vision quest he was on, but going to have to run back towards his own tower. Doesn't want to get CC'd up by the Wolf of Zaun, as Crockett now in the mid lane, just popping the ult immediately on Nithros, who does flash out under the tower, and the Hook gonna land as well. They chain it with the Warwick ultimate, so really well done by the side of Subway Pizza Rats to layer that CC and take the kill, and it goes straight on the Mundo.
Yeah, Crockett knowing all too well how fast Nithros can take over a game, hovering around this mid lane for quite a bit, looking for that angle, and Nithros walks out just far enough for him to be able to get it.
Absolutely, and I don't think there was shutdown gold there quite yet on the Nithros. Maybe there was, but I don't believe I saw one there. But either way, he will end up falling And Mundo's going to be feeling pretty good about that. Hasn't died in the laning phase more than once, and now sitting on a kill, double Giant's Belt, massive spike. Maybe he can back and get the Heartsteel now and start stacking that up after that kill. See if he's able to purchase that. Should be pretty close, but not quite enough, but has pretty much all the components. Picks up a refillable for himself as well. Gonna TP back there towards the mid lane as we see pings going down to the bot side. Maybe a play gonna be looked for here. Sejuani is on the bot side of the map, could potentially respond as the Mel just gonna immediately execute the Vladimir, just not able to do it. And Halcyon escaping with barely a sliver of HP, but it's enough. Crockett doing a great job there to CC the Vlad. And Sejuani ultimate not going to be in time to cancel the Mel recall, and Nautilus should be able to walk this one out. It's close to the tower, but Nitros flying in from Narnia, coming in and claiming that kill on his former compatriot, Major Crockett. The betrayal.
He's
top lane. I don't think Mothra wants this. Garrett has the ultimate, and Mothra's going to flash out, but the ultimate was already on his head, just inting a kill over to the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps top laner, and he's feeling good about that one. 2-0 now in the Garen.
Yeah, really good. Genos just getting a slow, steady lead up here in the top lane, but you know, mid lane, he is just bleeding minion waves on these roam timers that are not.
Oh man, Halcyon, another kill onto Fel. It's just, I just feel like they don't know what Mel does. It's a 0-5 bot lane now. Mel's sitting on 4-0, and she's just able to do what she wants.
Yeah, the Tomahawk Mishaps really need to slow the game down. They have the Vladimir, who's really like a caster minion right now. He needs a lot more gold to be relevant. And the Kaisa just constantly trying to roam with the wave not in an optimal spot, just losing so many minion waves to the tower.
Yeah, losing minion waves, you know, like we said earlier, he really needs to play selfish this game. He has to realize that he is the guy on his team. You can't be roaming to the bot lane that's losing this bad. You can't be roaming to help your jungler who's losing this bad. Your top laner's doing fine. Let your top laner play the game how he wants, and you have to play the game for yourself in mid lane. Just get your farm, try to get tower plates, try to push the Mundo out of lane, but we can't be roaming anymore. It's, you know, it reeks of desperation for the side of the Tomahawk Mishaps. They think that they have to shut down this bot lane or they lose the game, but your win con really is that Kaisa, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it is one thing if he is able to like crash a double stack wave and has a roam timer, but he's just never going at that time. He's just like fast pushing one wave and then leaving. Then Mundo just fast pushes one wave back and it dies to the tower. So he's just slowly losing wave after wave here, desperately trying to get this Mel, but you know, she's just too safe with that W mirror. Looks like they are gonna look to fight around this dragon. Mundo did complete his Warmogs. Mel has her item while Vladimir does not.
And we heard double ghosts pop there in the top lane, but here in the bot side of the jungle, we see Nitros barely making it out.
Yeah, good person coming from AWAMs to stop that Warwick ult and save his mid laner, but with their cooldowns blown, it looks like they're gonna have to give up this dragon.
Yeah, and that will be the second dragon over to the side of the Subway Pizza Rats. As Mundo, just an absolute menace right now, honestly, just pretty strong in the game. Already sitting on the Warmogs, and I guess building that first and then going into the Heartsteel, opting to not go for the Heartsteel to start stacking that up. And, you know, maybe it doesn't build the Heartsteel at all, but I have to assume with that Giant Spell in inventory, we are going to go for that. But, yeah, I mean, you're feeling pretty good as the Mundo here in this game. You weren't punished super hard in the lane, only have one death. You're actually ahead in CS, and the Kaisa is not really a huge threat to you right now, as he did end up losing in many waves, like you mentioned, on these roams that just ended up not working out. I think Tomahawk Mishaps are starting to sweat a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely just want a repeat of game one where they it out. You know, Kaisa had a point where she was really strong with her first item coming early, but now she's gonna reach a point where she really needs those 2-3 items to get the, you know, EQ evolve to really come online. So she really now more than ever wants to funnel as much gold as possible to get to this carry state. But with how hard the bot lane is losing and how big this Mel is getting, it's gonna be tough for them. But Genos winning out a trade up here, almost into ult execute range, but Mike's team is coming to cover this.
Yeah, we'll be
with
spotted
Herald
on a
up.
nice Tribush ward. Herald is available. A pink ward in the pit will spot any blue vision that goes down. Sejuani getting pinned on. Mundo running straight to her, and Mike getting silenced up, but the pillar going to do a good job of slowing Genos down, but I think he can just walk this one out. Has to actually flash the hook. I don't even think that you die if you get hooked there. I think you can just continue to walk it out, but opts to not want to go for any risky business there and does burn that flash as the rest of the squad here. And yeah, like you said, they're going to need kind of a comeback play. And in the first game, the champion that brought them that was the Seraphine. We'll see if we can get any other big Seraphine ultimates here for the side of Tomahawk Mishaps to try to bring them back in this game. Down about 2k right now, and honestly down in what feels like tempo. It just feels like the plays they're looking for are kind of desperation plays, and they're not really allocating resources super well. They're kind of just running back and forth here, giving up 2 dragons and looking to give up this objective too. As yeah, it should just be AWAM's falling here. It does flash out, but the Nautilus ultimate was on to Nithros, so AWAM sitting in front of him gets knocked up as well and taken out. That's just looking grimmer and grimmer.
I mean, we saw this in their games last week where they are playing these heavy scaling comps, but they're just unwilling to give any objective. You have to sometimes just opt to give this up and say, like, we'll trade this objective, getting some gold in our pockets so that we can fight you in the next one or the one after that. But you know, they're just walking up, losing all these minions that are just dying to other or their own minions in the tower while they just walk back and forth in the jungle. They end up just getting nothing but, you know, a negative gold play there.
Oh, and Trundle able to get the first tower there. Good job on Mike, but probably going to end up falling here to the Garen. Doesn't have Ghost, and they're just standing still hitting each other again. It's foosball in the top lane, and they actually, Garen coming away with it, not even having to press the ultimate button, but you love to see just the standstill slapping each other in the top lane yet again.
Yeah, Geno's
So
realizing he doesn't need his ult to take him down there, so he's just gonna hold on to it and beat him down with with his trusty sword.
And the Ghost is coming up because they were both used simultaneously last time, so these top laners really mirroring each other in many ways with the way these fights are going. And the wave clear from the Garen now is just so fast. Already has that Executioner's Calling with the Berserker's Greaves and the Stridebreaker complete, so going to be able to pretty much one-shot these waves and then get pretty close to one-shotting towers too, with how much damage Garen does to these towers with that Q. Mundo just doesn't give a hell right now. He's just sitting in the mid lane. He can farm up, clear the wave pretty fast himself. He's not worried about getting killed by pretty much anybody. And you got to be feeling pretty scared of the front line and just how strong this Mel is in the bot side. If you are on the side of Tomahawk Mishaps, it's looking pretty tough for them to come back here.
Ghost popped top. Trundle's running him down. Way past the wave.
Both Ghosts popped and Garen is out of there. I was looking at the items here. Trundle ended up going for that Ravenous, and we see a Stridebreaker on the Warwick. So a lot of these tanky champions on the side of the Subway Pizza Rats are ending up itemizing more towards the damage side with the Trundle and the Warwick. But you'll still have the Mundo and the Nautilus being pretty tanky, and then towards the bot side, it looks like the double burn technology will be the choice for Halcyon, going for that Leandries after the Blackfire.
Yeah, we see the Tomahawk Mishaps finally hovering around Nithros to give him some space.
And that's but the Warwick ultimate just goes completely right, but it doesn't matter. We're getting in space to get the fear from behind him. Surely that is the play. You got to miss the Warwick ultimate so the fear actually hits him in the right spot. So Mothra, and he's emoting on him too under the tower. Yeah, Mothra feeling himself after missing the ultimate. I can't say. You gotta, anything to get the ego back after you miss the ultimate, but AWeb's gonna have to run it out here. Dodges the cleaver, but gonna be under tower, feeling pretty low on his HP there. And Mike in the top side is in kill range of the ultimate here, and just gonna get straight ulted, not even having to Q or spin, just walks up to him and presses the R button. Mike gonna be falling there now, 0-3 in the top lane to match the 0-3 from the jungle of AWAMs, but yeah, Subway Pizza Rats. I think that's about the only point on the map where you're not feeling too good about is that top lane, because the rest of the map's looking really clean for them.
Yeah, and Halcyon making another just greedy flash play, trying to chase for a kill, but not even close to getting the Garen here. But, you know, Genos is the saving grace for Tomahawk Mishaps right now. Only thing getting them any sort of gold as he's gonna go for this fight.
Yeah, he goes for it, and he actually should be able to take it here. Does get the shutdown there after Halcyon flashed at him. So big mistake from Halcyon there, giving the shutdown gold to the Garen, who's pretty much the one of the only win cons for the side of Tomahawk Mishaps now. And Genos doing a phenomenal job there at 5-0 rather on the top side, and buying his team some space to push here in the mid lane with these triple grubs.
Yeah, he's really bailing out the Mishaps right now, pulling the one champion that has like all of the gold lead for the Pizza Rats to the top lane, and even killing him without his ultimate, allowing them to force down this mid lane tower. That gold lead is shrunk down to just 2, maybe 2.5, where it was sitting around maybe 4, 5k. So, you know, Gino is just putting the team on his back right now, trying to buy enough time for Nitros to get to that point where he can just kill everybody.
Yeah, it's Genos Gaming here for sure, but you know, sadly for Genos' team, you look at the other side of the map and they're sitting on soul point for that infernal soul. Just such a massively powerful soul will make, even though they don't have really a lot of damage dealers on their team, you know, Warwick, Trundle, and Nautilus even, and definitely Mundo turn into mega damage dealers. Once you get that infernal soul, you get those procs with the explosions, and Mel, don't even have to mention how much more she'll be doing with those procs, with how strong she already is in the game. And Warwick gonna connect this ultimate. Genos maybe should have flashed that one, but does flash there, but still gets hooked, and the fear does proc on him as well. Nautilus ultimate gonna go down. I don't think he's tanky enough to survive this. It's 20. Ghost Person gonna come through under the tower. They can't quite tank this up. Crockett trying his best, but they tank too many tower shots. Now it's Eldratus in a bad spot. No HP left. Trundle running from behind, but Mundo living for so long with this ultimate. Surely he falls. He's still living. Eldratus still alive on this Mundo, and they're Halcyon taking out Genos, and now AWAM's gonna get picked up by the Cleaver on the backside, and Nitro showing up, but it's too little and too late, as he'll just get ran down now by the Mundo. Might even have to flash himself. Should be safe in this minion wave, but honestly, getting so low, has to pop the ultimate and flash away, and Mike now can maybe just run down and Q him. And he will take him out, and meanwhile, Vladimir pushing to the top side. Doesn't have teleport to end up joining this, but just a disaster for the Tomahawk Mishaps.
Wow, what started as a disaster class on how to dive turned into a disaster class on how to down skills. Just both teams completely botching what they're trying to do. You see the Pizza Rats try to force onto the Garen, the champion who has damage reduction and crowd control or tenacity built into his kit, and they just fail the dive. But then you see the Tomahawk Mishaps reverse throw, chasing when they have no damage left, trying to pierce through this Mundo that's just healing with his ulti.
Just can't do it, and he's already
going down for the Pizza Rats.
He built Heartsteel second, and he's already up to 140 stacks with how much they've been brawling. Actually insane. And you know, Nitro starting out on the 3-0, I think maybe even 4-0 at one point, maybe 4-1, just now at 4-3 and behind CS, just building the Cleavers, I mean the Blade of the Rune King second to try to deal with this tanky team on the side of the Pizza Rats. But I don't know what evolve track that puts you on for the Kaisa, but that can't be optimal.
Yeah, I'd imagine once he has Rage Blade, he'll have the QE evolve. Probably won't get W evolved with this build he's going for, but you know, the Mundo's getting really tanky though. It's the Kaisa to pierce through him with the amount of gold that he's just been able to get being left alone forever. You're gonna have the Garen matching him now. He does have the Mortal Reminder, and he's 2 levels up, so we'll see. So it's an even looking trade, even with the 2-level advantage. But you know, Vladimir's still only 1 item. You know, his only use this game is to get enough damage to try to dive the Mel and kill her. He's not going to be able to kill any of these front lines on the Vladimir.
Yeah, to amp up the damage they take for the Kaisa maybe with the R. I think it's what, like a 12% damage increase or something for the team. You know, maybe that'll be helpful, but yeah, I think honestly just be a body that gets in the way of some of these skill shots like the Cleavers or the Warwick Ultimates or the Nautilus hooks. You really have to play around your Kaisa in this game if you're the Vlad. I don't think split pushing is going to win the game here with the Vladimir for the side of Tomahawk Mishaps, and with the dragon spawning and them not looking like they're in anywhere near of a position to contest this. It should just be Infernal Soul going over to the Subway Pizza Rats pretty much for free. They're pinning to it now, and they're walking over, but they're way too late. They had to know they're just going to do this on spawn. There's no way you can contest this. And yeah, we'll just be taken. We'll see if they try to fight afterwards, which, you know, it would be a desperation play, but they just walk over and watch them take it. Don't even trade anything across the map.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to have Garen pressure this bot lane, but I'm sure the Pizza Rats are just going to start going for Baron pressure. So the Tomahawk Mishaps cannot match them at all with this gold lead and an Infernal Soul on top of it. This Vlad just never getting off the ground is looking very rough for him.
Yeah, he just has to play like a bot this game and just be a utility for his team, but continuing to side lane isn't really going to be the way. Like, the Kai'Sa should be probably in the side lanes at this point, and trying to go for the Mundo here. We'll see if they can do a 3v1. Does get the charm. See if they get the CC layer. Give the Vlad ultimate down, but the Warwick ultimate comes down too. And Seraphine just going to pop instantly, and Mundo just walking it out. And now Vladimir dying as well, and it's a disaster for the Tomahawk Mishaps. They try to go for a pick, and Nithor shows up as well. But like the Roams in the early game, this one's going to result in nothing of use for his team, and he will fall too in the end. Just Genos left alive on the Garen in the bot lane, but that's the Baron. Surely now for the Subway Pizza Rats.
Mothra's gotta owe Crockett something here. That's the second time this series the Locket has saved him from dying to the tower. Gonna help him secure this Baron, but...
Oh, and is it a solo bolo? Wasn't even double ghost technology anymore. The solo for Genos in the bot lane. You know, pretty weak consolation prize for this Baron and Infernal Soul on the side of the Subway Pizza Rats, but you know, a standout performance from Genos, but you hit tab and you see that your jungle and bot lane are a combined 0 and 13. You're going to be feeling pretty bad about that.
Yeah, and you can see the Mundo healing tilting the team now as they have grievous wounds across the inventories. Kai'Sa rather, slowing down her power spike to get the Executioner's call in.
Yeah, you already had the orb on Fel, and you had the completed Grievous item on Genos and the Bramble Vest on AWABs, but yeah, Kai'Sa also buying the Grievous. So they're really just, this Mundo and Warwick, they have had enough of the healing that they offer. They really don't want to see that, but I honestly don't think you could buy, every person on this team could buy Grievous, and I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the Mundo at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them make a desperation, last-ditch effort to gank this Mundo, but they were doing it with none of their damage dealers. They had the Vlad, but he still didn't have 2 items, and even now that he does, I'm sure he won't even tickle this Mundo. They really just need to pray for the Kai'Sa 3 items, but at this point, you know, the Mundo might be too big for it, and they've probably bled too many objectives as the Elder is going to spawn in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize with the way that new Mundo works with that W, you can get gray health, and if you're around multiple enemy champions and you proc that after taking damage, you heal for pretty much all of that health back. So even if you look super low, have that gray health and you can heal back for 30, 40, 50% of his health bar a lot of the time, and not to mention that ultimate on top of it. So, you know, not respecting that healing ability and gonna cost them because lost the Baron, and you have to think that gonna lose a couple inhibitors here and probably the Elder Drake while they're defending these super minion waves, but
they might just look for the end here. They have 2 waves crashing in with the Baron. We see another execute coming from Mel.
The cleaver into the Mel execute is just such a disgusting combo. The root gonna come through too, and these poke abilities from the side of the Subway Pizza Rats are just hurting so hard with that Infernal Hook, just barely gonna miss from Crockett there. Would have been massive if that connected, but the Baron buff's still up. They're going to look to just play this one by the book, take all 3 inhibitors and reset and look to get back out on the map.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even need to reset if they
they're not even resetting it. He's TPing back in. Yeah, maybe they're going to look for the end here. It's still a 4v5. Vladimir's still dead. They still have pretty much all their spells available. Zeldrados can tank this tower probably forever. It turns off there, but the team now going under the Nexus towers, and the blue tower is just destroyed already. and they're just in the middle of the team and killing all of them. They're just not able to even take damage. Garen able to take one out, but that's about it for his combo. Now he has nothing left. Mothra now in the middle of all of them, trying to get the fear down. Doesn't hit the ultimate there as well, but Vlad forced to pull out. Garen now trying to go in, but he's just not enough damage. Spin to win, and cannot in fact take the W, and it will be Mothra and Mike, Zeldratus, Halcyon, and Crockett there on the Subway Pizza Rats taking the series. Game 3, after an absolute banger of a series, goes their way in dominant fashion.
Yeah, we saw Genos was able to flash on, but unfortunately, the rest of his team just isn't strong enough to deal with the other members. He has to do everything himself, and they fall. And like you said, he tries spinning for the win, but it's just too little, too late. He can't pull it through. And a good win from the Pizza Rats to snowball that lead that they have and cleanly finish
Jonas
it
put
off.
in the chat, say what you want about my wording, but I want to push.
Yeah, but even if you're pushing, that ward doesn't spot anything. That's the whole point of what we were saying.
Oh man, absolute banger series, though, gentlemen. Great games and great cast, Kazuto. Thank you for joining me. Always a pleasure to have the series go all the way. And if I'm not mistaken, I have to actually hop on to be playing soon. So wish me luck in the chat, boys. And we will see you guys on the Rift.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Gaming Tavern. We have the Endless Noids versus the Captain Morgan's Lad for the second series of today. This is week 2. The Endless Noid is 0-1. They lost last week to the Subway Pizza Rats, who are now 2-0 after their stomping over Tomahawk mishaps today. And Cap Morgan's Lads won last week against Tomahawk Mishaps, so everybody gets free wins. They're like Oprah giving them out. On the Captain Morgan's Lads side, they're going to be playing blue the first game. We have Fluffy in the top. We have Kid Boo in the jungle. We have Def Not Steph subbing in for B Sin on mid, Tortuga at ADC, and we have Without Pride as the support. Over on Endless Noid side, we have Perfy subbing in for a Juma at top, Zabel in the jungle, Jesterology in mid, and Hamilcar at ADC, and Paladin Logan on the support. We're getting into the bans right now. Dingus Slayer is alongside me. EOD fell, and we're getting into it. Dingus, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Well, really, I'm not as super familiar with the players here, so I'm gonna go off of like how the draft feels, but based off of last week's performances, I'm wondering if specifically Endless Noid is gonna adjust their strategies at all. You got Zabel, who's completely famous for his the level 1 invades. So we'll see if they. But last week those didn't seem to go nearly as planned. So we'll see. Will they adjust around that, or they're just going to keep it going strong, going with that early game just pressure, or are they going to go for a little bit more safer approach this week? I gotta wonder. And I wonder this week if Tortuga will be able to steal any dragons. Speaking of last week.
Uh, yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Okay, as we're getting into the ban phase, Endless Noid, we have the Zed, the Azir, and the Vi taken away from them, and Captain Morgan's lads are going to have to deal with no Kill, no Aurelia, and waiting on Endless Noid to do the third ban here. I don't know if there's any huge prio picks that Captain Morgan's lads looking for, but we'll see as it comes in. 5 seconds left. Looks like they were not super prepared. Okay, and the Gwen is out, so they're going to take that away from Kid Boo. Kid Boo, a monster on the Gwen. Let's see here. Wonder where they're going to go with this. I would assume that the jungle pick is going to come out first, unless there's something super prio for the bot lane. But more than likely, we'll see the jungle coming out here for Captain Morgan's lads.
Oh
And
no,
it's the
going right for
Jinx.
that comfort,
Oh
Jinx.
man.
Just going right for it, just the comfort.
Yeah, I love to see
So
it.
looking so strong on it last week, so let's see.
Yeah, Tortuga definitely really good as long as they can keep him with a good front line. Jinx should be piloted pretty well by Tortuga. Let's see what the answer is if they go with anything that they really want. We know that Zabel likes to keep the jungle for the R5, so we'll see if that's another thing that they pull out. And it looks like they're going for the Scaly Dragon with the Smolder. Going to come out here over for the side of Endless Noid. We'll see if they give him. They're probably going to give him a good support here to keep him safe, and when they're
I
out
mean,
the
it's
window in the other lane.
I do wonder if it's potentially a flex pick. If if the Smolder could go to another lane. I mean, it's always possible.
Yeah.
But
Oh, Jesterology playing the.
Tom
Tom Kench. Ooh.
Bench.
All right, they unbenched the
Yeah.
Kench over here already in game 1. I love to see it. It's nice to see that it's not just the same champions that we were getting in the last series. So Kench more than likely going over to the Smolder, gonna give him some peel, maybe some CC lockdown for when for when the jungle's coming in. Let's see what they answer over on the Captain Morgan lad's side. Oh, to Lulu. Lulu empower the Jinx. I love it. Okay, so this is going to be a really, really strong Jinx late game, especially, or if she gets a couple kills early. We'll see where it goes down there. Coming in next. Let's see if they go for the jungle or any of the solo laners want something specifically. I'm not very familiar with Def Not Steph on the mid lane for B Sin, so I'm assuming that we are not going to see like an RA pick here.
Oh, I can't imagine they would have banned Azir if Beeson was around.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we have the Poppy coming in. More than likely, a jungle Poppy could be mid, but it's going to be good to be able to just soak up damage in the front line, maybe create some chaos, catch people out of positions, knock them in the walls. Really strong sustain in the jungle and good clear tankiness. And it looks like the Lissandra going over to Jesterology for Endless Noid. We saw him get a little punished on this last week with the Swain, piloted by Zaldratis, but we'll see if he can make up for it this time. Obviously, a confident pick for him. Where do you think the bans are going to go now?
I imagine there's probably gonna be some more jungle bans coming out against Endless Noid here. But
Okay. Yeah.
Zabel is really such a versatile player. But right now both comps are they're looking both very safe to me. Not a lot of crazy things going on. Banning the set actually interesting.
Taking that away
So
from
they are definitely agreeing that they think that Tom Tench is going bot lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do, and we see two more jungle bands coming out outside Endless Noid. Zabel known for playing the Lilia, but doesn't want to play into it today. I assume that we're probably going to see a Jax ban, or maybe even a Trundle ban here coming out. No way, they're going to ban the Shen away from Perfy. Perfy piloted that a couple times in the Valhalla season. Was very strong on it, and really worked to his favor to be able to split push and be able to join the team fights when they needed it. So. Ian better win. They got the Ajuma over here rooting on his team while he's away. See where the fourth pick is going. We know that they usually like to leave jungle for the fifth pick, but with the Poppy already out there, we might see Zabel's hand here. And we do. It's the Viego he's going to want to scrap. Poppy can shut that down, but if it's misplayed, Viego so strong in the team fight, gets a couple of resets off, along with the Smolder just hitting everybody from the back line. Lissandra's going to have huge lockdown for this. They're going to be able to collapse on somebody and just absolutely annihilate them.
I had wondered if he was gonna play something like more like a Darius pick or something that didn't rely on any dashes whatsoever, since to kind of get around that Poppy. But I still think Viego is indeed a strong pick. Aatrox really like getting in there, allows them to get in there with Poppy, giving a whole bunch of front line for that Jinx.
Yes,
you know,
a lot of.
Once again, it's just seeming like a very standard strong comp to me. Just standard
until the karma
by the books.
comes in. Yeah, until the karma comes in for the mid lane over there. Jax also going to be coming in to face the Aatrox. Perfect, known for his Jax. It's a very, very strong pick for him. Very good split push, good for team fighting. He can 2v1 pretty easily. The Poppy may be able to shut that down. I'm very interested in this Karma pick versus the Lissandra. I think that's going to be an insanely fun matchup to watch. Although Karma can potentially just be a clear the wave and walk away, very non-interactive lane. But we'll see Lissandra if she gets on top of her with some support.
Well, I would think that that is what they would want to do with that Karma, is make it a roaming support. Because if Lissandra doesn't want to fight, you're not going to be fighting on Lissandra. She'll get away from you. But so I think that's what they want to do with Karma. They want to try to force Lissandra to really have to focus on just keeping up with either that wave clear, because it's not like Lissandra's going to be split pushing either. So really just trying to force her to match those roams, trying to see it could be a potentially just very bloody, very roam heavy game we got on our hands.
Yeah, it could be. And the other thing too is that we see on the side of Endless Noid that they're going to want to go in, they're going to want to lock somebody down, they're going to want to kill them, and then go for the front to back. Karma is very, very good at being able to keep the Poppy, keep the Aatrox, or even anybody else that gets caught out of position alive for just long enough. That, along with the Lulu, the shields and the heal, is going to be very, very tricky to deal with. You think you have them, and then boom, they're still alive with, I don't know, 2/3 health left over.
Yeah. I'm not sure who would build it, but if there was any game to want to play a Serpent's Fang, it would be here. But
Yeah.
now that I think about it, though, I'm thinking about it a little bit more, and I do like this Karma pick because it's like one of the stronger early games that you could choose, and right now both teams are heavily relying on scaling here. Both teams scale pretty darn hard, uh, but Karma at least gives them a little bit of the edge in an early fight.
Yeah, she does, and I guess we'll. I don't know how much longer it is until they get into it, but oh, the transition's coming through a little bit different. So okay, am I still live? Okay, so we have about 3 minutes before the thing goes, so I guess we'll get into it here. What is your pick, Dingus? What do we think is going to happen here for
If
game
I
one?
had, yeah, no, I got you. I'm trying to think about if I were to immediately give a team an edge, uh, I gotta give it to Captain Morgan because it's just such a solid looking comp to me. Like you've got, but I don't know, Poppy's was always is a strong pick just to control the area around her, not let anyone in on that Jinx. Aatrox also just totally okay with diving into that fight right alongside that Poppy. Karma and, like you said, Karma and Lulu just dishing out shields one after another. It's just how it's a protect the Jinx comp, and that's always a strong way to go. If anything, the only issue I could see is if the Karma decided to go some sort of more defensive or assisting, like more supportive build, I suppose, not dealing damage, and if they just keep on stacking armor, that could be some kind of a problem. But since the Karma's going mid, I just don't see that happening. But uh, I do think also that Endless Noid, they do have a bit of, while they both teams scale really hard, I'm wondering if Endless Noid actually does have a slight scaling advantage here because they just have a few more characters, champions that once they get a few items, they become real strong looking. Like if Jax gets ahead, he's gonna be really scary. Same with Viego. Same with even Smolder. Smolder is known for being a late game carry, but he can deal some real damage in the early game, especially if he starts getting fed.
Right. I think the biggest question is going to come down to if Captain Morgan's lads, if they can stay safe and not be out of position, I think that they have the upper hand. But if anybody steps out, there's so much lockdown on the side of Endless Noid, so much good opportunity to get into the back and get onto the Jinx. And yeah, are they going to have enough damage to deal with this Tom Kench to be able to take out the Jax when his E is down, to wait out a Lissandra ult and a Zhonya's, and then survive long enough while Smolder's sitting there hitting and scaling? It's definitely going to be interesting to see. I think straight from the get-go, these teams are going to want to fight, and they're going to want to establish dominance on the Rift, and they're going to be ready to go at each other's throats. I'm going to give my prediction over to Captain Morgan's lad as well, just because I love the spicy comp. I like it a lot better. I think it's just more fun and easier to pull off, especially getting into the later part of the game. Any Jinx resets are going to spell death for Endless Noid. With that, we have about 30 seconds to a minute before we move on to the match. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
All right, and we're back with game 1. Let's get it popping.
All right, as we see, looks like Endless Noid looking to go in for an invade coming in through the mid lane. They are going to get spotted out by the
Famously,
Unlikely.
the famous invade. They are seen by Poppy, but they don't say stop. They say we keep going.
Yeah. Jinx getting some wards down. She's going to be safe. Just getting a little lick on the Jinx's backside there by the Tom Kench. And Fluffy over up in the top lane on the Aatrox, getting in his position. They're going to want to try to get some wards to track the jungles. They got it on the side of Endless Noid over to see where Poppy starts. But
Hey,
yeah,
even
looks
with-
like the
Even with that
5
whole invade, all they drop down is just that one ward. That's all they get out of it. They don't drop more than any of that. So
Yeah.
I guess it's more just about aura in this case. We're not afraid to step into your jungle.
Speaking of Aura, Blue, or Captain Morgan's lads already have 2 hits to nothing on the side of Endless Noid. So the biggest thing I think here is probably going to end up being the karma to see how this works out, how the split put or how the wave clear and the non-interactivity of that karma into the Lissandra goes. But the other side of it too is, are they going to allow this smolder to scale quickly or not? As we see a little bit of trading going back and forth here between the Perfy and Fluffy over in the top lane.
Well, if you really want, I imagine that they want to fight because, as you were saying on the bot lane, that like they probably want to try to force this Smolder to get to scaling just by hitting those Qs on the champions as well to get those stacks. Because the only reason I think that is that's the only way that Kench is going to get any actual value out of the grasp of the undying over here is by choosing to engage and trying to get those autos in.
And we see the Endless Noid top laner Perfy getting the level 2 first, and then of course the other side going to Tortugan without pride as Tom Kench tries to go in, just misses. The Tom Kench W could have spelled disaster over for the Jinx, but they get out and they still stay ahead of this as they're pushing into the turret. As Perfy and Fluffy are just happy to just keep going in at each other. A little bit of trading. It looks like Jax is, for the moment, a little bit better off for it. But we do see the Poppy hovering around here. She might be coming up as he goes to ward. And it does look like she's going to go in on this and see if Perfy can get out of this. He does get knocked up. Oh, she tried to push him backwards.
Ooh.
And, Perfy going down to
it.
the Poppy. Tried to hold it on as long as he could, but he just couldn't stay there. Good gank by the Poppy. Zabel should be trying to punish the Poppy by going into her jungle here. We'll see if he does that or comes over.
Even a little bit greedy, holding on to that Jax, holding on to that flash. Definitely could have guaranteed living, but maybe really just wanted to hold that flash for possibly something. I don't know, for possibly just a little bit later. Maybe to just even hold it till grubs are up and try to get something out of that. Make sure that he still has it.
And now we see the first gank coming over from Zabel. The heal and the flash are both popped by the Lulu. She goes down, and Jinx is just gonna have to walk away. Smolder just a little bit too far. Took a little bit too many minion shots there on the backside. Just gives a free kill away over to the Lulu. She's going to come back with a little bit more. Unfortunately, it wasn't on the Jinx, but we see now too is Poppy hovering over, about to go into the Lissandra, but Viego is also waiting right around as the flash comes out from the Karma. She's going in.
Karma.
Yes, it was. And Poppy going in. This could be very, very bad for the Lissandra. Poppy is about to just get it. Yeah, the Karma shield.
As soon as the Poppy has her auto passive up, she's just gone.
There it is. And there it is. And Captain Morgan's lad starts off with the feats of warfare. As Perfy and Fluffy are fighting up to the
happening. Viego's going in on the Karma.
Yep, Karma gonna try to use her thing. I think she's gonna get out now. Yeah,
her team is there to assist her. Wow, we're getting blood all over the map. Little skirmishes coming over all the place.
Yeah, just what you called for in the beginning. As we see, the Karma's about to reset. Perfy looking like he might be trying to set up a one-man dive here on the Aatrox. He is level 5 to the 4, but Aatrox is going to hit level 5 under the tower as he does get a little bit of that health, a couple more stats, should be safe. Tortuga and Pride are just pushing in on this Tahm Kench and Smolder. Perfy going through, looks like he's going to start going backwards past the turret, and now another gank coming in. Yes, another gank coming in from the Lissandra as she's getting into them. The flash and barrier both popped, and it looks like Lulu is just going to be the sacrificial lamb here as Poppy comes in but doesn't get away with it.
Taking advantage of that Lulu not having flash up, they keep on pushing in that wave without backing up. Even if they have that vision, if they're not backing up when someone's coming, when they see someone on their vision, because they should have had vision on that Lissandra once she stepped right past the dragon pit. She wasn't really hovering. They have complete vision, and if you're not going to back up without your flash, you're going to go down just like that.
Yeah, that's 100%. Not only that, but they were also still behind on items compared to the Smolder who had gotten back, the Lulu who was up, but unfortunately was just a little bit too low. This is not looking good for Fluffy as he just gets executed by the complete misplay, trying to outdo the Jax on his proxying, and now he's just dead, but they do get the dragon for potentially.
Call it a guaranteed quick back, just gonna TP right back in anyways.
Yeah. The minions are going down anyways. If only he was playing Scion, that could have worked out in his favor, but loses a couple more. Jax gets another plating on the top, is gonna be able to just keep pressuring this Aatrox if Poppy can't come back and help out this Aatrox a little bit more. This might be really, really uncomfortable for the Aatrox.
Well, I mean, with Viego taking those topside camps, you really have to wonder if once Poppy goes in and sees, I don't have those camps anymore, if she'll even stick around in that area, or if it's just going to keep alive the idea top lane is in island.
Yeah, and we're seeing that now. Zabel going in, taking one of the camps away from the Poppy. With the pressure that Jax has and the wave clear of the Lissandra, Karma is just kind of sitting in mid. She's pushing the wave, but then she's using her own wave to just kind of go up to the tower, get a couple shots. But Lissandra making the roams as Tahm Kench goes in onto the Jinx here. 1, 2, 3, does have to use the barrier, and
Block the Q.
oh, the heal comes out. It wasn't needed, a wasted heal. See if they'll be able to take advantage of that later. Jack's going in for a little bit more here. A little bit more skirmish. It looks like Red Side is trying to get the...
oh my gosh, how much speed did that Jinx survive with?
Way too much. Oh, Perfy with the flash on top of Aatrox. And now it is Zabel coming in. Yes, he is. Oh, man, that is a top lane clinic as Tahm Kench gets another hit onto the Lulu, but she's just going to ult and walk away. It looks like it's going to be the Void Grubs over for Endless Noid as the bot lane just not respecting that Tahm Kench enough. And now having to deal with being pushed in themselves as Endless Noid is going in for the Void Grubs. It looks like Kid Buu is going to try to do a little bit of maybe stealing this. The Karma. Oh my gosh, the damage coming out of the Poppy saying, thank you for the leash. The other two are mine. I'll take it from here. That was insane.
I completely was going to agree. I thought that those grubs were going to be all for Endless Noid over here. I thought those were easy, but the damage from Karma and Poppy just together.
Yeah,
absolute pop in that Viego.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a miscommunication. I think Jax got what he wanted out of the top lane and then, just went, okay, I'm going to back here and reset, get some items, get another advantage on this Aatrox, and, instead of going and joining for the Grubs, Viego's just left there. And early game Poppy, as you said earlier, especially with 2 kills, was just a little bit too much for him. So Karma free assist, and now it looks like Tahm Kench is trying to push up on this Jinx. We do have to notice the level discrepancies here on the bot lane too. Tahm Kench is 6 with ult, Lulu not yet with the ult, and Jinx is 6 to Smolder 7. So the bot lane of Captain Morgan's Lads definitely feeling the heat here as Poppy coming in to try to get a little bit more on this. But it looks like they're making the call to go in on this. as Abel's just gonna have to turn around Poppy a little bit too fast with her W.
Everyone just spends a little time just doing a little bit of nothing.
Mhm.
Just a little bit of posturing here.
So the Jinx Rocket comes down to try to
wards in the
steal the
bush.
blue. But now that's going to be down. So if they end up getting into a long fight here, that could be
my
bad if Jinx doesn't
goodness.
have it. Yeah, the karma damage with Malignant's already
That's
up. Insane.
Huge spike for that karma.
Right. We know that Lissandra's going to be looking to try to get her Rod of Ages here, but before she gets the Catalyst built, she is very, very susceptible to the quick poke of Karma. Perfy's still pushing this in, trying to get some more hits. He's probably going to get another tower plating here. He does, that just walks away.
Gets that demolished proc. Oh, but it seems like Fluffy's really he's gonna try to fight this out.
Yes, he is. We
I
might
am
see a trading of ult.
surprised.
Neither of them
Popping
do.
the ult.
Actually, he did end up
pop
popping
ult,
it,
just pulled
and now
away.
he's missing. Oh no!
taking
Perfy's
2
gonna come in and
shots.
get the free kill. Oh no!
Oh no.
Fluffy, that's one of those where you're just like, I'm just tilted now. That's it. I'm done. As you see, the bot lane, Jinx trying to push in on there as they are trying to keep the vision control on the side for Captain Morgan's lads. Lulu just hitting 6 is going to have the ult to keep the Jinx safe if Tom Kench tries to come in. However, if he goes on to one of them, the other one is going to be just sort of laid bare there and exposed. We see the Aatrox teleporting in behind the Jax, while the other Captain Morgan's lad is now trying to take back this dragon. There's a big skirmish over it. The Smolder coming in over the end. 4v4 and Kid Buu just kind of left out there by himself. It'd be nice to have a Jinx Rocket right now.
Yeah, but they are backing off a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna have
because if Jinx gets one kill, if they get that Jinx excited, if they get that one kill, but now it does seem like they're just giving it up.
Also, Perfy at some point died there. Was that in that skirmish, or did Aatrox just chase him down? I didn't even see where that happened.
It was Aatrox. Aatrox has a kill now, so
yeah,
there was something that happened in the top lane.
Guess a free one.
I would love to.
Yeah, I would love to see what happened there, but I don't know. All right, as we're going on, Aatrox getting his own platings here, but Perfy does have the Triforce completed. That's a huge power spike for this Jax. He's going to be able to just punish Aatrox every chance that he gets. If that lane is stuck in the middle, I don't see any way that Aatrox wins it now. To be noted, Perfy does have, or the Jax does have the top platings all gone, so he'll be looking to smash that turret, hopefully get the boots. But
It will
have to see.
Yeah, as much as Aatrox was glad to get some of those turret plates on that, he's not going to get to take advantage of them at all, because if the TP down, if he tries to leave, that tower is going down, and we're giving up first turret.
They might be sending the Poppy over to sort of hold it, but no, maybe not. Maybe now.
Oh, it looks like it.
And this is going to be the Karma lockdown.
Vision.
Oh, yeah, the Karmas gets locked down, taken out. Perfy going in, just like Aatrox wanted, and now we'll
Flash
see.
is up for Perfy, though. Let's see how he plays
It
this.
is up.
Oh my, huge damage from the Jax. Fluffy's trying to find an angle to go back in, but knows if he one more hit, he's going down. So looks like it's just Buu versus Perfy here. Flash down.
He's about to get a double kill right here, and the turret.
Aatrox just needs to walk away.
Yeah, the bot side of this is now, the first turret goes down. The bot side here for Endless Noid getting a little bit too far ahead. Jinx is about to start coming online here. Now she has the Yuntals built up. A little bit of damage is going to come out, especially with the Lulu. Jax is just still trying to
going.
And this is the Perfy effect, right? Talk about just too much, and now
good flash from the Jinx, but trying to focus autos. Oh my gosh!
Takes him out with Tom Kench sitting there smacking him in the face. The Tom Kench not to ult there, and now ults the Lulu. Lulu keeping Jinx alive just long enough. They probably could have avoided the Smolder dying there, but you know,
At a certain point, standing still extracts you's making a war of just attrition. Seeing it would win a war of attrition, you'd think it would be the Tom Kench getting in front of the Smolder, but with I believe it was probably like a crit from the passive of Yuntals that just really did some huge damage on the Smolder actually at the end of that fight there.
All right, we see the fighting over the rift. Viego has to ult out instead of being able to really play this now. We'll see Perfy coming in from the back line. Jax is in, but that's the W down from the Poppy, and it looks like, yeah, the Jax is just way too far ahead right now. Jesterology trying to chase down the Karma. The Karma shield is going to get her out of there. They pull back. They're not going to chase. They're just going to take this Rift Herald and say thank you very much and move on.
As soon as that Jax got in there, that fight was over. He's just a little bit too strong right now.
A little bit is an understatement. But as we move on, we do know the Lulu Jinx is obviously going to be very strong. The Poppy that started off 3-0 is now 3-3, so she's coming back down to earth. Looks like fight over wards a little bit. Jinx is trying to go in on the Smolder here, and we'll see what ends up happening if she can get. Oh,
that W hit.
Zap misses, hits the minion. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. So now it looks like the teams are going to be setting up for the Dragon. We'll see what Endless Noid does with this, with the Rift Herald. They have it on the Jax, so if he goes anywhere, that's basically a guaranteed turret down. They could use it top to just try to keep at least one, if not two, of them occupied, as the Tom Kench
all in on this Kench.
Tom Kench is just too far out of position. Smolder is firing in from the back line along with the Lysandra, but now Poppy, they're just making the change. The excited Jinx is just enough. Oh, and the rocket goes down. This could be just reset city here. Aatrox is coming in, going in behind. They are taking a lot of turret shots, but it will be just enough to get out.
This Viego trying to clean up. They are both. It's actually looking like a Viego cleanup here. It's a Viego moment.
Now it's the Viego moment for all the resets. During that time, though, we did have Jax take down the tier 1 and the tier 2 mid. Definitely nothing that Karma could do coming out here.
Noid is just running away with this game, pushing every lead that they've got.
Yeah, really.
The dive was just a little bit. Well, that's a bit of an understatement, I know, but there's a little bit, that dive is a little bit going deep and staying under the tower specifically a little bit too long.
Yeah, just giving those resets over there. Just feels
that
bad.
Huge moment feels fantastic for the Viego, I'm sure.
Yep. Sure does. And Lysandra, even though she died, she bought so much time where they just kind of had to sit there and be completely out of position as the Viego came down from the blue side of the jungle, moving into attack mode to be able to just get reset after reset and then chasing everybody down. But money was spent, teams are reset. Endless Noid does come away with the Dragon there, and now it looks like they have moved Lysandra up to split push duty against this Aatrox, as the Jax is now going to try to take out this last turret. Standing as taking all of the turret shots, it does not matter. Perfy on this Jax is just running roughshod. They now have the Tom Kench along with him as he's going to jump onto the Lulu, but Lulu has to ult herself, which means
more than he is taking.
Yep, and now that just means that the Poppy is just going to have to be the sacrificial lamb because Lulu saved herself. Karma coming in, but it's just going to be a couple stacks here, and then he's going to be able to go in onto that. Jesterology getting caught out a little bit too quick, and now Perfy getting polymorph, but takes the turret down just a little bit too much. As we see the Lysandra trying to get away. Zabel coming over on the Viego, going to try to take out the Aatrox, and he's doing a decent enough job. The lockdown and the safety of the Lysandra ult is just enough. Tom Kench trying to go through, gets the flash off of the Lulu on the bot side. Man, this is so much just action non-stop. It's 18-10. We're having almost 2 kills a minute here. This is fun. This is fun. It's going to be a nice 30-minute game.
I gotta agree with that. That's where my thoughts were headed with this, because it's just I I hate to say it, but for Captain Morgan's, I'm not sure how you come back from this, because the only way for you to really do anything is either catch some of these Noids out of position, or like this with this Sandra, with the
Oh,
zap
no.
hitting. It actually
She's
looks
caught,
like this
she's
is going
dead.
to spell or end here. But otherwise, besides just catching these folks out, it's really how do you come back from this? You want to sit back and scale and slowly push waves, but yeah,
Can't do that with Jax.
Keep catching them. But yeah, there's the Jacks that you have to focus on. They just kind of take what they want.
Right? Yeah, they do. And like you were
Case
saying
in point, Jack's TPing to the top.
Oh, he's gonna get the
The
tier
top
3
tower.
here.
He's going to the tier 3. He's going to try to take the inhib as well. Oh no, he's going for the kill actually. He's just going to try to escape. There's a little bit of misplaced chompers there.
But slow, the zap misses. It looks like Perfy's probably just going to get out of this one. They're not going to chase him down. They don't have a Shirelias or anything. While they try to do that, though, Endless Noid just getting in on top of this. This is the power of a strong split pusher, just getting everything that he wants here. Does look like they're going to go in. The Jinx Rocket comes down, does take down Zabel and Hellcard to a low amount. Tom Kench just trying to soak up as much damage and keep them away as he gets out with the flash and the E, and now Perfy taking the inhib. Everything is going the way of Endless Noid in this game. They looks like they're going to try a desperation play here to just try to get these guys under the turret. Though it is just absolutely destroying.
Still having that tier 2, really just that tier 2 is the MVP of this game, I gotta say.
Yeah, that bot turret is it's done its job. It definitely needs a vacation after this one. It probably has almost as much damage as Perfy does at this point. So as we see now, Endless Noid not resetting. They're just going to keep pushing the pressure on here. Perfy going back over to the top side, just going to put a stranglehold onto all of Poppy's jungle while he's still just pushing this wave in. Looks like he's going to let the super minions just kind of do their thing, maybe get them to double up, triple up, and then just try to push for the objective on bot side, which is the dragon, which is up in 26 seconds. We're moving along here. Jinx just trying to get whatever she can as far as experience. Ooh, this is the super minion, but
I mean, I was saying it before, and I hate to be a pessimist, but when you're 10k gold down, it's really what do you even do in this spot? How do you want to play it out besides just trying to catch waves and giving up every single objective and just trying to play literally buy your towers?
Here comes the Jinx Rocket, and they're trying to stop it here, and they do. The Jinx Rocket hits,
playing around.
They hold it off. We've seen enough of that bullshit. They're just ready to go. Perfy on the bot side, while Lulu's just trying to escape through her jungle. Gonna take the tier 2 on the bot side. The suffocation is just coming in. We see Poppy trying to look for anything on the top side that she can salvage, but doesn't get anything up there. Her entire jungle was taken, so now she's back here, ready to just catch waves. With the Karma on the bot side, Lulu and Aatrox over on the mid side, and then Jinx just trying to solo experience these super minions and try to get caught up in the game. As you were saying earlier in the game too, is that the onus of the team fight is definitely on Captain Morgan's lads, but you can't team fight when you have to send at least 2 people over for the Jax, and Jax looks like he's going to try to go for this, but they're trying to catch him out now. The ult is popped by the Aatrox. Perfy. Jax using the Zonias to just buy some time as Jinx gets railed by 3 in the mid lane, and they take the tower. The inhib is coming down.
Getting a little bit too focused on that Jax, giving them that huge window to catch out the Jinx. Take another inhib. Baron's up. I could see them rotating the Baron right here in just a few seconds. And really just wanting to after that, just going for the end, just closing out the game. I think they could just walk it down. If they just get a Baron with a Baron push with how strong they are right now, they could potentially, like as I see it, just get a Baron and walk it down and the game.
Yeah, And there's really not much you can do. I think at this point in the game, you're sitting there, you're talking to yourself, all right, let's just buy ourselves some time so that we can see what do we want to change for next game, right? Like that's always it. Like oh, and
Little
Smolder
extra
flashes
talking.
away from the poppy. Yeah, just get a little bit of things, just reset. Okay, what went wrong this game? Move along, and then try to position yourself better for next game. What do we not want to give over to the side of Endless Noid? But honestly, like the bans that they had weren't terrible, so we'll see what comes out of it as the Baron is started up by the Endless Noid. Perfy taking the red buff to just give it off to everybody else. And then she's going to take this easily, probably not even reset, just maybe just go straight down the mid. I think everybody already reset prior to the Baron play.
Yeah, but that Baron is just taken for free there.
So as far as the mental goes in series like this, is it better to just stomp like Endless Noid is doing here, or is it better to just like get humbled and then go into the next one saying, okay, we can do better, and they're going to be overconfident and overzealous in their plays? What do you prefer?
Well, actually, like before we get to the end of that, we're just gonna see like we were saying, just gonna walk it down, start a fight. They just are that strong. Jack's coming in from the flank. He actually has a Zanya, so even if he was in danger, which it does not seem like he is, he would just be popping that Zanya. It's just to hear that's the end of the game. I think I don't know what I prefer, but I do know that this ended up being a little bit of a stomp here in the end. See if our friends in the Captain Morgans are able to shake it off and take a learn. We'll see like if they do something about the top lane in this next game, because as we were saying it from the start, if Jax gets ahead and he's just gonna run away with it, he's just that kind of champ, and that's fortunately that's exactly what happened
Yeah.
here.
Yes, he is, and yes, he did. All right. Well,
Great game,
congratulations
though.
to Endless Noid from the first game. We're going to take a quick break as we get set up to the second game of the series. Well played, obviously, to the side of Endless Noid. Let's see if they keep the momentum up or if they get overzealous. And there's an answer on the side of Captain's Morgan's lads. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. the bans.
All right.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. This is Fell alongside Dingus Slayer for Game 2 of Series 2 of Gaming Tavern's second week. A lot of twos coming in. So we get the onto the bans. It is now Noid Endless and against Captain Morgan's lads. They subbed their whole team out. So moving into the bans. Sorry, bad joke. Get the Kale ban first, and then obviously the Zed coming over from Captain Morgan's lad into the Aurelia, quick to the Azir, quick to the Gwen. It looks like the same bans are going to be coming out. Instead, no, they throw a little shade over to the Tom Kench, not going to let him come through again.
They are
Guess
going
we'll
to
see.
risk that Jax again. Interesting. All right.
They are. So as the team that lost the first one handily, moving over into the onto the other side, what are you looking for them as we see the Jinx coming over for Endless Noid this time? What are you looking to do this game differently? What's your draft plan and strategy going into this if it was you, Dingus?
If it was me, I mean, I would say, first of all, we have to have an answer for that top side. We need to have a game plan of some sort. Otherwise, their picks were strong last game. What would I want to do different? I don't know. I think maybe just sit back, not try to keep such a bloody, as much as I and probably enjoy a bloody game. Probably not what you want to do with that kind of comp. You just want to let Jinx scale up for a bit, get a couple items in, and then start going in for those bigger fights. So if they're going that route again of just trying to get something scaling, that's probably how I would want to approach it. Or you could do what they're doing right now, as kind of see it, and they're
Completely blow
saying
it
that
up.
we're going in.
Yeah.
We're changing our strategy from being the passive ones to being the aggressors, like Tristana and Shyvana. Both of them love jumping in, both literally and no, just literally.
We get all the dad jokes
Admittedly,
here on
more
Father's
literally.
Day. Okay, so yeah, as we see the Shyvana, much faster jungle clear, along with the Tristana, who could be flexed over into the mid. We've seen that a lot, where Tristana is the answer to some of these mages. As Lissandra is picked up by Endless Noid, it's almost like they're trying to say, we're going to beat you with your own comp. As the Maokai comes in, potentially as a support for the Jinx. More than likely, we don't usually see Zabel picking his jungle this early, so we do have the
Seeing
Maokai coming in to
Maokai and seeing Lissandra again, which, just comfort. It's a good solid lockdown pick. It's always a strong pick against especially champions like Tristana.
yeah. And over
Lead
on
them
the
away.
side of Cap Morgan's lad, we do see the Silas coming in. It's the all B-Sin compass. B-Sin played Tristana and Silas last week, so we'll see what they do here. Moving into the bans for the second round, we see the set coming in for the. Oh, okay. So the normal mid laner. Okay, I need to put this out there that the normal mid laner for Captain Morgan's lad, B-Sin, is back in the game. It will not
Yes.
be Def Not Steph this time. So
So
good
I'm
news
sure
for
that's the
him. He gets,
Silas. He was looking
yeah,
very strong on it last week, so I'm excited here because he's already got some good ults to steal.
he does. The Jinx, the Maokai, Lissandra, all prime. The only thing we need now is for Malphite to be picked on Endless Noid's side, and then he'll just be just silencing all over himself. As we see the Ambessa
Set
being
at this
banned,
time.
yeah, the Jax being banned out from, taken away from the Perfy, but now you're leaving up the potential of a Trundle or the Shen, which he has played really well also. So Ambessa and Ornn taken out, so it's basically just like, we're gonna take away your top, and they're like, fine, we'll take away your top. They'll handshake it, and then we'll just see who's better. At this point, I am interested with this Silas into Lissandra. This could be really, really interesting on the mid lane. It's a completely different dynamic as opposed to what we had last game, where CML is probably going to be the aggressor, just trying to get in the all-ins as quick as they can, 100 to 0. Whereas Last game, it was the Karma playing sort of passive, trying to just clear the wave and then push the tempo. But even with that, Lissandra didn't care that her turret was taking damage from the Karma. She doesn't do a lot of damage to turrets. So the mid lane was still standing and fine at the end. This time, Sylas should be a little bit more aggressive here coming into this. As we see the Braum getting picked up for the Tristana, this is just an all-in comp to try to be
Gangplank.
in the face. And the Gangplank
Woo!
locked in
I
for
love it.
Perfy. Yeah, this is one of his pocket
love
picks that
a
he never
Gangplank.
pulls out, never gets to pull out. If this goes well for him, this could be the sub of
admit,
the year,
though,
sub of the season.
If
And
you're
then
the Sylas, you're
yeah.
loving that as well.
Oh yeah,
You're
we know
loving a GP ult.
yeah, the APGP, especially if he gets a couple points into that and he gets the extra volleys and then the big in the middle. Sylas's AP ratios are going to go crazy on that. As we see the Camille picked up to sort of counter the Gangplank, try to get into his face, maybe try to do some barrel trades or get away from the barrels. And Pantheon on the side of Endless Noid. Zabel going in for a very aggressive comfort pick. It's going to have a lot of lockdown, try to take these out. The Braum hopefully is going to be is going to be doing the Lord's work here, trying to keep Tristana safe and then just trying to keep everybody with his passive stacked on him so that they can get some auto attacks in. But yeah, Endless Noid just going into full comfort mode. The Jinx Maokai is very strong in lane. It's somebody that can really just give a lot of agency to the Jinx to be able to get some lockdowns, to be able to get some resets, maybe even actually get some 2-on-2 kills. But at the same time, if you misstep and the Braum gets you with his passive and Tristana gets to jump in, this could be this one could go either way. What are you most excited about for this game as opposed to the last one?
Well, I'm real excited to see this like Perfy's Gangplank because I just am a fan of Gangplank as a champ. I think he's just a fun champ to watch, like especially if you see someone who really knows what they're doing pulling off those barrel combos. It's just a little bit flashy, but it's a little bit fun. But otherwise, I do like both. I like that both comps have, on the side of Noy, they've got Lissandra for and Maokai for really solid lockdown. But on that, they're countered by, Braum. They've got the Camille to really get some also their own forms of solid lockdown. So they both have like these really strong, aggressive and engaging comps. They both want to fight. I think it's going to be a similar, if not even more bloody game than last and we're going to have. Which last game we had, I was thinking about on break, we had no time to talk about oh man, which I had even though I was thinking about it, like how the vision had been working out. There wasn't a lot of it in either side for either team, but we weren't able to talk about that. We weren't able to talk about what items are going. There was just constantly fighting going on. People just you couldn't take a moment to breathe for us or anyone watching. And I think this is going to be similar. If
Awesome.
the team comps are indicative of that at all.
The backup casting team getting put on full blast with this one. We're just going to be talking the entire time. But I agree. I think the Gangplank is going to be a ton of fun to see. He's going to be able to block a lot of to counter a lot of the engage and at least the one-time lockdowns that they have. And Perfy is able to pilot this champ really well. If he can do it with everything that's going to be going on, the Shyvana coming in, the Camille coming in, the Sylas coming in, basically everybody coming in on him, see if he's able to withstand that and actually be able to return some damage and get some barrels off it and just kind of hold it off. At the same time, Pantheon on Zabel, it's one of his best it's one of his best champions that he plays outside of I actually like his Lilia the best, but with all this damage and everything else that they have, I don't think that they need it. They're going to want the lockdown. They're going to want the all in go in.
I mean, you just look at their team and you see the Lissandra, the Pantheon, the Maokai. If you get caught, you're gone. That's just how this team comp works. But I as a big Wild Rift player, I see the Tristana and I know that it's not viable in this, but man, I wish it was because to build the a very popular build right now is building Brunon's Hurricane on Tristana, and Tristana with a Brunon's Hurricane, man, oh man, with a Braum on your team as well, that is disgusting. But unfortunately, I don't think it would be in any way viable within
Well,
this game.
never know. Pantheon and Gangplank are melees, and so is the Maokai. So real quick before we get into the game, predictions for this one. I'll go first, real quick. I think that Captain Morgan's lads actually pull this one off. Silas, I think, is going to be a huge pick. It's going to be absolutely 180 degrees from what happened on the last mid lane. I think he's going to be able to set up everything else, and I think that they're going to lean on that. What do you think?
Yeah, I imagine that just, like going back to having their regular mid laner on their team is going to have is going to work a lot better for their communication, I would think. So I could see it going to be a bit of a smoother game plan because it is like we were saying a bit. I was a bit surprised last game with how the Karma was not able to keep up with the roams necessarily from Lissandra. I mean, it might have just run away from them. The game might have just have been run away from them at that point. But I do think that at some level, you want to work with the people that you've been playing with already. That's what all of this is all about. So, and I think that Beeson, having been on a team with him in the past, he is a really great communicator. He really he wants to try to make a game plan, and I'm sure that he's going to try to be a little bit more vocal. And as a Silas, you really hope anyways that he's wanting to make plays himself, that he's you don't want to be telling a Silas to be having to tell a Silas what to do. If a Silas doesn't know what they're doing, that's a little scary.
Yeah. Okay. With that, we will be right back. The game is about to start loading up, and we will see you very shortly. Stay tuned. All right, and here we are, as promised. Really quick break. Welcome back over to the Gaming Tavern, Week 2, Series 2, Game 2, between Captain Morgan's lads and the Endless Noid. We have Endless Noid on the blue side, Captain Morgan's lad on the red side, and it looks like Endless Noid, no surprise, are going in for a quick invade. Fluffy's going to catch him out, and it looks like it is not going to work again. But we saw how the last one went. They got a little bit of deep vision. They got to go where they wanted. And they get the 5 gold for the free ward. They get to move around undetected. Salas is going to have to just pop one down and then hope that they see them. As we see Captain Morgan's
They're
lads get
actually
the
going
side
right
on red.
around, see if the Silas moves. No, there we go. There we go. He's out of there.
Yep, and now we see the backup staying over here for Captain Morgan's lads. As
All
Zabel's
right, we
gonna
know
move
that
in.
Beeson is awake. He made it. He is alive from this trip.
Yeah. This is the welcome back B Sin game, I guess. Potentially, if he pops off here and we get into a game 3 where, Perfy pops off game 1, B Sin pops off game 2, it's going to be so much fun and so excited to see. As we move in, they do know that Shyvana's starting the red side. Pantheon, they know, is starting on the blue side. And it looks like we're just going to have a standard top to bottom, bottom to top clear. Potentially with them trying to get Perfy ahead or this Jinx ahead on the bot side.
Yeah, I do wonder because I think that Pantheon, especially with Pantheon Maokai, it's so easy to just get an early gank off just with just any flash onto someone play. But once again, it's all about that. It's just such easy to accomplish lockdown that it feels like it would be wasted to, even if you're blowing one of you is blowing a summon to make it happen. You're gonna get more out of it than what you put in. And so I think you don't take advantage of it, it's gonna be that would be a bit of a waste. But we'll see how they play it.
As Gangplank misses his first barrel. This Silas trying to go in onto the Lysandra every time he's missing.
Harvest
Harvest Lysandra. Yep, free stack. Thank you very much. As the Jinx lane once again pushing in, keeping them back here. Camille going in, hits the level 3 before the Gangplank, and wow.
Angry.
Yeah, this is an exact 180 from what happened last game. B-Sin going in on the Silas, gets the root. But Lysandra just enough to stay alive here. Tries to get a little bit of trade back. Doesn't go in, thank God. Probably would have died.
Actually, evening out with the making an even trade with that bit of HP gain that Silence gets. But
and interestingly enough, Silas having the Doran shield here to just get the extra sustain that he's going to receive from the poke from the Lysandra. I think it's a smart choice, but then you have to worry about his mana consumption. As Braum posturing pretty aggressively on this red side here for the Tristana. Looks like he's trying to get something to happen where Maokai either comes in on him too far or whatever. We see the Shyvana coming down for the gank. Braum gets the pop off. The instant flash from the Jinx. And yeah, now Maokai also going down. Gonna be low, but they're gonna get out with just burning their flashes, nothing else. Looks like they may try to counter-engage now. Perfy going in onto the Camille here. Looks like he's going to get ganked, but Gangplank just healthy enough to be able to get out of that. Looks like they're just going to push this out and clear, and we're 4 minutes in and there's 0 deaths. This game is absolutely completely different from what the last one was, as the camera's just going all around there. Like, yeah, they're trying. This Braum posture is awesome to see. Usually into a Maokai, you're not that aggressive because he can just lock you down. But
I mean, and it's to me, it's like I'm trying to think of a good way to put it that sounds nice, but it's scary to me to be in the position of the speed like Tortuga, who's just constantly jumping in on this Tristana into a Maokai. It takes something. I don't know if you'll be able to do that forever, but at least for now, being able to take advantage of that. Oh, he goes in.
Ooh, so they see the Braum going for the ward, and Tristana
jump flash,
getting out from the chompers. The barrier's popped. There's no barrier on the Jinx, and now Braum takes the first kill. Maokai's going to try to return the favor, but it's just going to be a 2-0 for the Tristana. And I didn't even mention this in the beginning. Tristana has a cull. How bad does that feel, taking a Doran's Blade into a lane and just having somebody with the cull just 2-0 you from the get-go?
Yeah, it's another it became, at some point, it just became trading autos again. And unfortunately, fancy up against a Braum, just the little bits of stun that you get from full passive, just decides those early fights.
Yeah, insane. That is
And
That's a lot.
Tristana
Now we
gets the
see
reset on the jump. He's able to get
Pantheon coming in here, but he's going to get hit up and does get the steal. Does have his shield up, and it looks like they're going to go for a counter
gets
here.
the kill.
Oh my word, that is
A
not a
play
good
for
feeling.
Noids.
Huge play indeed. And although, so he gets the steal, and then they get the follow-up engage. Just unfortunate. Tristana probably should have backed before trying to contest that. But
Now I know that Zabel is a big fan of making sure he's keeping his jungle full clear typically, but with a 2-kill, he'll lead just there. I would want to see him capitalizing on that, getting some items off of it, and really just starting to either invade inside their jungle or just start making some ganks happen, because you're about to hit 6
and as we see,
two different fights going on.
Two different fights going on. Tristana gets the reset. She's going to get the kill onto the Jinx. She's going to be able to W over again onto this Maokai. He is just dead. Are they going to try to trade this over to the Sylas to get him ahead as well? They do. Good friends play right there. As we see the Camille going in onto the Gangplank, but just too low. He might have it here. She does get the shield and the Ignite down onto the Gangplank. The flash goes in, and he gets away with it. He gets away with it. Perfy just showing that he is just that much better at this micro game of top lane, where he's just getting that advantage all by himself, even though he was ganked earlier. It's just, yeah, a good strong showing. And as you said, Pantheon, now with the 2 kills, finally gets the back, is going to be pushing in. And we do know that he does like to take his mid laner and roam with him. So we'll see if he starts to go in onto this Shyvana's jungle. The only problem is Shyvana's jungle clears extremely fast.
Well, even if it's fast, I just would, because, well, I mean, everyone's songs are back up almost on the side, but oh, well, here it is.
Pantheon coming in for the counter engage, and the gank does end up hitting his W, but they get away. Oh, that was really, really close on the side of Captain Morgan's lads to just be able to get out of there, as the barrel fight is still going on. Braum is a little too far ahead, but he's not going to be punished for it. Retreats to his tower. Still have a W to get back, I'm sure. So a lot of action. Now Shyvana is trying to take the other objective on the other side, the Void Grubs, to just sort of try to, I guess, make up for the fact that she got the dragon stolen from her, and just sort of try to keep the objective score going while...
Yeah, and they knew that Pantheon had just ulted and just showed up on the bot side, so it was a good time. It was a good timing for it, you know, even though Camille had lost 1v1 to the game. Oh, wait, and
here we
another
go. Yeah, Lissandra
blown.
Getting in there, and we'll see if he can hit the Q on the back end. He just misses it, and B-Sin with the hey, thanks for coming, but even with that, he's going to get ulted by the Maokai. There will be no follow-up, but they will get a couple of plates for their troubles and the ults. And
actually does have the Pantheon. Oh, well, no, he's just taking the stick around, since Braum's showing up, just trying to get as much of this wave as he can. I was thinking that he could back, and he actually does have that Pantheon up.
We do see that he is having mana issues as well, considering that he has no crystal items just yet.
Opted to get just straight up damage and some cooldown instead of any sort of mana yet.
They are still
Dark Harvest
here. Yeah, staying, just trying to get every wave that he can. Probably wants the Pantheon ult somewhere else, but just gonna have to end up using it to either get back in the lane fast or maybe do an instant roam. Coming out, but looks like he's just heading back to the mid lane. Dragon is going to be up in another 45 seconds as we look. Everybody's summoners on the bot lanes are up except for Braum's Flash, and then we see on the side of Captain Morgan's lad, they do have the Ignite, but they don't have the teleport from Camille. They do have the teleport from Gangplank, but he also does have the global ult that he can use. We'll see how they end up stacking on this one. To be fair, the first dragon should have gone over to the side of Captain Morgan's lads, but good steal from the hero, Sable himself, able to keep the pressure up and keep the objective points at least in their favor. So they lost the kills for the feats. See now, Maokai starting to try to get up a little bit. It does look like Shyvana's coming in. The ult from the Gangplank does come out. Shyvana's still there. They're getting collapsed on over by the side of Silas. And Braum just trying to get out while Shyvana goes down, and Hamilcar just getting on his Jinx resets. Zabel trying to push over, does get the lockdown onto the Silas. And now Paladin Logan flashes in onto the Tristana, but she gets it and she gets out. But Jinx does have the flash, able to chase out. Zabel's going to take the dragon. Another huge objective win for the side of Endless Noid, as Fluffy going back in onto Perfy. These two are just loving to just go at it and at each other.
Just runs away with it.
She does, and you know, Tristana starting off with the 2 kills, but then going over to the dragon and just giving her lead up is really now starting to show, as she's at 77 CS to the Jinx's 98, and Jinx is basically caught up on kills too, so she's looking at about 7, probably 800 gold lead, picked up a cull of her own, and she's almost caught up on the cull because yeah, as we see now, it's 45, so Tristana is actually still has 300 more. The cull is going to end up giving her just a little bit more when she catches up to it. But yeah, this is a crazy one again. Zabel doing his job in the jungle, just trying to get in everything here, as Tristana is a little close. Braum is by her side, but it does look like they are trying to pressure this. Coming in, the Braum shield down now, but it doesn't look like they're going to try to engage, as B-Sin and Gesturology going back at it again. Pantheon waiting in the wings to see if Silas wants to make a move. Perfy doing his thing with the barrels, just keeping Fluffy low. And looks like
trying to do a little bit of damage there.
It's time to back here and just sort of potentially TP into this lane so that you're healthy again. Before the Rift Herald starts in 2 minutes.
With Shyvana showing up, might just try to bait it in, might just try to ult it in.
And there it is.
2 ults! Oh, and this is it for the Gangplank. There's a shutdown over the Shyvana.
But B-Sin oversteps. The Pantheon waited around just long enough, and it does look like Captain Morgan's Light are still fighting. They're still going. They're still playing to the strengths of their comp right now. Both of these comps just want to go in. They want to fight. They want to scrap. And it looks like Hamilcar on the Tristana is going to be heading over towards mid. He knows that Lissandra does not have flash, does not have any of her ults or anything else up. Will try to jump away, but does get it. Jumps in, but is going to pay for it. Zabel with the rethink, but that is a shutdown. That's an extra 600 gold into the pocket of Tristana. She's going to be able to start doing a lot of damage here once she starts getting another item. We see the BF sword completed. She still has 8 stacks on the coal before she can sell that, or at least just keep it in the back pocket with the extra gold. Now we see Gangplank with the collector finished. Did overstep a little bit there. Braum should be safe under this turret, as Fluffy's going in onto Perfy again. They are just scrapping the entire game as the Pantheon ult comes in, and that is it for Camille. Your lead is gone. Thank you very much to Mr. Zabel. He is now 505 on this Pantheon with the 650.
I mean, if you're on the side of Captain Morgan, you know, Pantheon doesn't scale. Pantheon doesn't scale well, you know, because otherwise you're starting to get that.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit there, but I think we got it. That, you know, you're just saying that Pantheon will fall off, but when the rest of your team doesn't have to worry about it. Yeah, yeah. When the rest of your team is going to be able to keep going and following up, you don't need the Pantheon to scale. At some point, as we see a dive here, we're going to see the dive. B-Sin stealing the Maokai ult.
Just cutting.
Shyvana waiting in the rings. They are going to teleport. Looks like the Lissandra is going to come in here, and they are trying to turn it around here. Tristana getting free shots onto the tower, takes it down, and it is going to be a 2-for-1, potentially a 3-for-1.
Maybe if that Braum passive hadn't stacked up and worn off, but it did, and unfortunately, Lissandra's able to get out of there. Fortunately for her, But
Right,
overall,
very
a good
well
play because they
executed.
did focus on that tower. They could also get the bot tower, not have that tower be their demise once again. They learned from last game. But on the flip side, Pantheon just kind of taking that Rift Herald for free.
Yeah, very well executed dive. You get the turret, you get the 2-for-1, so you're at like a 1700 gold advantage along with the wave that you got. And now B-Sin stepping up again, does have the Camille in there with them, but he is going to go down. And now the follow-up is going to come through. Just death pushed, basically. On that, and now Tristana actually gets the W away, timed it properly for the Lissandra ult.
It seemed to me more just walking in. They didn't think that the rest of the Noids were around that area as well. Bot lane pulling up, kind of just walking into, as you can even see on the map right now, complete lack of vision on that side. So really just walking in blind, maybe just a misplay, maybe just a miscommunication, saying like, hey, the bot lane's not there. We don't know that. I don't know, maybe they thought that the bot lane was going bot or the bot lane was going mid, but, you know, they're just got number advantage. They maybe thought that they were going for some kind of sneaky play right on to the Pantheon having cleared that Rift Herald. Maybe thought that they could catch him on his blue, but unfortunately, no.
Yeah, they were ready for it and telegraphed it. And it's a good point that you brought up, is like you spent all of this vision and time in the bot lane, and then you go to the top side into no vision to sort of face check as B-Sin overstepping, getting caught up by the Maokai, as the Dragon is just sitting there hitting the Pantheon, hitting everybody inside of the thing. Now Lissandra coming through, ulting down onto the Tristana. Tristana gets out, but she's being chased down by the Maokai. On the opposite side, Perfy getting rid of the Shyvana as Camille inside the Silas inside the pit there. It's a 5v4 right now against a team that is ahead of you in gold. Not the best fight you want to pick. They probably should have given that one up, but good try, but just bad execution as they go down 3-0, and the Dragon onto the side of Endless Noid. It looks like this game is starting to get away from them. The only advantage that they have right now is Camille being able to push, but even that's going to get taken out as Gangplank teleports up to the top, and Tristana jumping in on to the Jinx and is going to get a free kill. That's what it happens when you don't take barrier on an ADC. Feels bad.
And I have to remember that this, like, all things considered, while Noid is still ahead and everything, Tristana is still strong. She's still got 6 kills, just finished her IE on this base. She is strong.
Yeah, she isn't. She's able to just take out at least the Jinx on her own. Anytime that the Jinx is out, it's almost like playing into a Nocturne. You're just, no, am I alone? Oh, I'm dead. And that's what Tortuga is giving into Hamilcar right now. But as you said, the advantages are still over to the side of Endless Noid. 17-10, 3 dragons, about 6k gold lead. They just popped the rift in mid, so the tier 2 tower is now hurting. The game is in their grasp if they want it. They just have to not throw this lead. B-Sin coming down towards Braum.
Yeah,
It
not
looks like
give
they're
up.
trying to set up the Otacon here, but I don't even know if this is a smart play to go for this.
I mean, there is a... I could see... The only ways that I could see it is that the Camille has the TP advantage right now, regardless of that. So,
Oh, and here we go.
Oh,
Tristana just putting it down again. There it is. As we said, you're never safe. You can't be doing that. GP, oh my god, Camille goes in for the ult there and then gets taken out. This turret is about to fall down, but B-Sin with the Maokai ult, Shyvana laying around in the wake, and Braum coming down as well as Shyvana goes in. She is going to get rooted. She is going to get Lissandra ulted. The Maokai ult coming back out to the other side. It is a 2v3, but Zabel is here. Can he do anything as she's just trying to buy some time? She ults herself, gets the heal up, a little bit more damage. The Pantheon Spear comes in and kills the Shyvana as the Silas takes out the Lissandra. That is a shutdown on the side of Captain Morgan's Lad for that Lissandra, as they're going to try to keep the vision. And the 4 members are healthier as we see the Camille teleporting down, but now you have Pantheon over on this side looking to maybe sandwich them, but Captain Morgan's lads are going for this.
Oh,
They're going to try to get the shutdown onto the Pantheon. I don't know any way that he makes it out of this. He's just going to give himself up as Gangplank takes the tier 2, moves on to the tier 3. They're going to trade Otacon for the tier 3 potentially, depending on if Shyvana can get there fast enough. But GP giving it up. Perfy moving over into the top lane. He's going to try to pressure this tier 2 as the side of Endless Noid is maybe going to go for a Jinx rocket steal on this. But no, B-Sin takes it on the Sylas. It is going to be Otacon taken over by the side of Captain Morgan's lad. A little bit of fight back now. Zabel getting a little too cocky, moving out of position and thinking that he's safe. But the lockdown is there on the side of Captain Morgan's lad as well. They're not the Endless Noid is not the only one that can catch somebody out in 100 to 0 them in 10 seconds.
Yeah, even if you're strong, if you have a 1k gold shutdown on you, you don't want to be walking, not moving with your unit and giving, in this case, one of the worst case scenarios, maybe even the worst case scenario, giving over that 1k gold shutdown to the Tristana, who's already ahead. So now this Tristana is truly a monster, 3 items deep. So it really is Tristana's game to carry here. And I do like B-Sin showing up in that, going right in front of that Jinx rocket, letting everyone else in this league know that only his team is allowed to steal with Jinx rockets.
Yeah. The poor Tomahawk mishaps. Moving on into here now, it looks like Dragon is going to be the next objective. Ocean Soul is going to be the play here. If you're reeling on the side of, never mind, Braum is going to get caught out. They're not going to have that peel. They're not going to have that disengage from him anymore. I don't know how you go into this without Tristana just being able to get somebody in there, but it looks like they're going to be chasing him down. They're going to be creating separation. The Maokai sapling's going out. They do have the Dragon Pit warded with the control ward. Nobody will be able to see, but Perfy on the gangplank. Oh my god, he goes down so fast. The Tristana fighting the Maokai on the outside while the Shyvana just goes in, but gets Sylas ulted with the Lissandra ult on top of it, and it does look like Endless Noid is going to be able to get this, but does B-Sin want to go back in on this? Maokai looking like he's going to posture, maybe give his life up to try to get some other kills for everyone else. Pantheon does flash over. Tristana does ult to get him away, but now the Jinx is going to get the resets. B-Sin going to do what he can, but he is just going to fall down. Not enough damage to take down the Pantheon, and that is...
Talk about worst case scenario, getting both of those kills going over the Jinx as well, catching up on that gold differential between her and the Tristana. It's not what you want to see.
For another. No, it is not, and that was the life just taken out from the side of Captain Morgan's lads. They finally had the momentum going in their favor again. Looked like they were going to be able to take a fight and maybe get the Dragon Soul away from Endless Noid, but Endless Noid just shows up, just has a little bit better of a team fight. Even with the Gangplank going down right away and Shyvana still having her ult and being able to get in, they just got too separated. The Tristana was taken out of the fight by the Maokai, and then they were able to just move on, take them out one by one.
Also, it's just this just concurrent lockdown that they have, just one CC after another, that it's all point and click CC. It's, I don't know, it's just so hard to go in on this. You gotta, I don't know what the answer is, QSS and Mikhail's, but like all of it, because you can't just get one, because it's a huge layering of CC coming down. It's just, you gotta bait them into taking someone who's not worth it.
The GP ult coming down, B-Sin just sat there, rooted up. Perfy getting the kill with the GP ult.
As I'm talking about that CC, there it is. Then they are going to lose their top turret because of it.
It looks like they're going to try to go trade for trade here, tier 2 for tier 1, but Perfy able to get out of there. No immediate lockdown, as Fluffy is also taking the bot tier 2, so they're trading a tier 1 mid, tier 2 bot for a tier 2, tier 3 top side. The inhib is going to be busted. Yeah, the inhib is going to get busted, and then we're going to see from here, but Tristana stacking up the bomb on top of Pantheon, but it's not going to be enough. They are going to get out of here. The Pantheon is ulting. They are calling this Baron right now as Camille is backing in the bot side. It's 5 men
I don't
inside
know
the
about
Baron.
this Baron play. They are all up. It's
Sable just used his.
it's a 5v5 with Baron. It's a pretty
Shield
classic
as well.
NA Baron call.
We'll just have to see here.
Shyvana
Malphite does jump in
flying
onto the thing. Zabel does get the Baron as the Jinx goes down on the side of Endless Noid, and everybody else just getting cleaned up. Maokai locking down the Braum. He's about to go down as well. This does not look good. I think that
That's
they
a cleanup, and I think that's just going to be the game right there.
Be the game. Endless Noid, even after losing all the momentum that they had from the early game, were able to just sort of reset their mental, get back into this, and then just take what is rightfully theirs, which is the Nexus of the Captain Morgan's lads. They have the Baron empowered minions. They have 4 of them. They do have a tank. They have the GP ult coming out to help clear the wave.
Yeah,
and they're taking down Tower 1. Tristana is going to be up. There could be a hero play between her and the Shyvana. The Braum, the B-Sin on the Sylas is going to be able to come in here. But are they going to be able to get this out as Tristana gets caught out and just that on? Oh my god, just so much CC, but she is able to flash out. Lissandra does get. Oh nope, Lissandra ults herself and comes back. And now the Jinx Rocket. This is a 4v5, and they are just going through them like they just own this place. That's going to be game right there.
Speaking of momentum, the endless Noids right now looking like the absolute masters of momentum, just not letting up any amount of pressure at all to close out this game with that fight.
All right, and that is it.
Exciting
quick, strong 2-0 for the side of Endless Noid. Even when they started losing momentum, I don't think there was any doubt that they were going to come back and win this one. There's just such a strong showing from them. Perfy 12-2 on the GP, Zabel 9-1-19 on the Pantheon, and of course Lissandra, the absolute dominating CC monster that she is, just able to get in, stay healthy enough to ult herself and keep herself alive, and everybody blowing everything that they have on her, and just everything just going the way that Endless Noid wanted it to go.
Just a terrifying point and click CC kind of comp. And they really were just able to run away with it. Like as soon as that Pantheon took those early kills, got that early lead, he really did start doing exactly what he should have done. Start just constantly ganking, really just pumping the gas, making sure that the fights don't stop, keeping the goal, like creating gold leads for the rest of his team and himself, and kind of just running away with this game.
Yeah, they sure did, and it's just a really good answer to what they did in week 1 as well, where they just never were able to get that lead that they wanted, never got the snowball, never got to go where, and pull off their comp the way they wanted to. This game, much better communication, much stronger showing from the jungle and from the just the communication and the team fighting around objectives. Meanwhile, just maintaining split push in the top or wherever Perfy was. It was just everywhere that they wanted to be. The double globals between Pantheon and Gangplank was just fun to see, fun to watch.
Yeah,
really,
just it
really
seemed very, very cleanly, like you're saying, it seemed very cleanly executed. They're really working as a team, a cohesive unit. We were the only ways you really catch up in these games, especially like in that first game, is through catching people out, which, in a lot of these more disorganized or ranked lower ranked tournaments, you can see that kind of disjointedness depending on just people's lives, people's schedules. There's not professional teams, but they did not let themselves be caught out in any sort of position. So I got to imagine that someone is making the calls. There's some real tight communication going on.
Yes, there was. It's going to be exciting to see them play next week. After this week, now the standings, we have Subway Pizza Rats sitting alone at the top of the leaderboards at 2-0. Captain Morgan's lads and Endless Noid now sitting at 1-1, and the Tomahawk Mishaps at 0-2 at the bottom. But it's still anybody's race. win next week and then into the semifinals, could turn everything around. But that's all we got for you guys. Thank you very much to the teams. Thank you, production. Miko, Cat Hands on the production controls. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, chat, for joining in. Appreciate you all. And with that, this is Fel signing out alongside Dingus Slayer. Thank you for tuning in to the Gaming Tavern.
Games. So have a great night, everyone, and thanks for tuning in.
Happy Father's Day to all the daddies out there.
Hey, happy Father's Day, everyone.